Bone Nazca Dog thinks you should do 20 squats.
I have no clue what the plan is. None. I honestly thought I had it like pre-downloaded like weeks ago or some shit. I thought I was like so like ahead of time.
Savage
and...
with the 12-month tier 1 sub. 1 year hype.
Savage, thank you for the 1 year. Thank you. Also, is my hands working? Yes, they are. Hi, hello, welcome, everyone. Hopefully there's, like, no advertisements going off for everyone. It's like, you know, past that point. Let's see, what's the time? Six minutes have passed so far. Yep, there's no timer. There's no advertisements going off, which is great. Thank you for subscribing for the last year, Savage. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with advertisements, and you get to have emotes like these fun ones. Look at that. Look at all those emotes. Oh, hi. So we got Furry Cures, who got here first. We got Bone. He's saying, I can't with my network right now. Oh, same here, Bone. Like, I am right now, like, at the edge of my seat waiting for this download to finish. I am halfway through. I still have another 40 gigs to go at 12 megabytes per second or something, or rather. Oh my goodness. Why is Urine ugly? Oh, because they're only 6% cute. Oh, that's okay. I'm not cute at all, but you wouldn't consider me ugly. I am just really strongly himbo. Let's check your himbo energies there, Urine. If I can spell your name. Let's have a look. 34%. That's not too bad. That's a lot higher than your cute rating. So, yeah, you're not ugly. You're just himbo. That's what it is. Also, hi there, Kira. Welcome to the stream. We're doing first, but my freaking network is fucked. Yeah, no. It's my,
Furry 1221 paid me to say you're cute as duck.
Thank you. Thank you for such words, but I am incapable of being cute. My goodness, everything is not going well percentage-wise in himbos for a lot of people, is it? So, Akira's been hella busy. I feel like you've changed your name as well from, like, the hentai goddess to the hentai lord as well. It's like a different name altogether. Oh yeah, I gotta do, like, my 20 squats as well before I forget about it, because even though the cooldown timer is, like, fairly, like, a decent length, it's still one of those ones where it's like, oh, I can be, what's-a-mahoozy. I don't want to have to do, like, 40 squats in the span of however much time. Here we go. Alright, stretching. Stretching. Alrighty, here we go. Here we go now. Alrighty. Yeah. 1, 2.
Quote 311. If I ever see them in real life, they are getting a spanking.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Quote 107. I just
13,
want my duck sucked. Is that too much to ask?
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats, Bone. Hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. I don't yet have Atomic Heart downloaded. That was... excuse me. So yeah, so that was my unfortunate, like, dumbness. I should have, like, double-checked this morning or something like that before I went to work today. Or, excuse me. Just trying to catch up on my breath here. Like, I could have, or maybe figured out how to have the, ooh, 61% Himbo, good going. Or try and have, like, you know, some sort of Wake on LAN feature, so then that way I could have, double-checked on the, double-checked my PC, like, when I was in the middle of work, because, like, 12 megabytes a second is still, like, fairly fast, all things considered, in Australia. But it's still, like, approximate, like, for the download that I have to do, it's approximately a percentage a minute, which, you know, I'm at 38 gigabytes now. So, like, I'm a little over halfway there. So it's a little under 50 minutes to go before I can start playing Atomic Heart. Oh, why am I out of breath? Is it because I'm trying to talk at the same time? Maybe I just need to, like, exhale really, really long, so then that way my lungs and my heart, like, you know, slow down or something or rather. Let's see what happens. Let's see how this works. Okay, there we go. That works. I need to also get, like, AR kit, because, like, way too often I can, like, have my mouth open, but, like, the phone doesn't push the fact that my mouth is open to VC face, because all that action there... Oh, ow. All that sort of action there doesn't, you know, get applied to, you know, the, like, the AE IOUs or anything like that. So, like, watch this. Oh, hi. I have to, like, give a no... Wait, hang on. Let me try that again. Kind of works. I kind of, like, raise my eyebrows when I open my jaw as well. Like, don't know why. It's like when it's like rather than just opening my jaw, like, it's like my eyebrows want to move as well. Like, it just goes up a bit as if somehow I'm, like, pushing my skull forward. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So you can bounce a quarter off. Yep, you can bounce a quarter off Bones' glutes. They're probably after 300 squats, most likely. Urne being very, very cautious about their sexy talk. They like butts and they like boobs. Excellent. I have a butt. I got pecs. Some people consider those boobs sometimes. So, the lengths I go to try and have, you know, a great... Actually, I did some research, sort of last night, because I couldn't go to sleep really easily for some... Actually, no, I do know the reason why I didn't go to sleep really easily last night, because I ate, like, a lot of food last night. I don't know why. I get on some terrible binges.
Number 318. It's like I am pushing my skull forward.
That is going to be a very weird one out of context, but I appreciate it. Thank you for the quote. But yeah, like, so I ate a lot of food last night, like, when I got back home from work. But one of the things, so I didn't, like, go to sleep really soon, even after I, like, you know, kind of did my normal evening routine and what have you, except the streaming part, because I wasn't going to stream on Monday, because I was going to stream today instead. But I did, like, some research on, like, you know, like, healthy eating and you know, what should I try and eat and how often I should exercise and such like that with the weight I'm currently at. They recommended to me, like, an hour of exercise of cardio, and then I'm like, yeah, I don't even have 30 minutes, like, because I want to, you know, stream and all that kind of nonsense. So that's going to be a fun one, trying to fit in, like, an hour's worth of exercise somehow. Do you want one really out of pocket? No, I'm good, Bone. I have, like, way too many quotes as is for, like, the amount of time that I've had quotes now.
Quote 314. This is a really tall wiener. Jesus.
That was a really embarrassing one.
Quote 313. You can't just spam boobies.
Jesus. Meanwhile, Furry Cure is just dropping every known belly they have. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of bellies. Wait, do you have Bones? Do you have Code's belly? Yes, you have Code the Yoshi's belly. Excellent, good work.
Boobies!
Yes, thank you for the boobies, Masonic. But yeah, so I did some research last night because I couldn't go to sleep and
Quote
such like that about, like, you know.
317. Hi Bone, how is your 68 kilograms ass?
Can I tell my story? There's nothing compared to this. Any whoosies. So yeah, did the research. Figured out what was, like, you know, good, what was like what would have been like a good sort of exercise, food and water thingy-me-diggy for me. It didn't go into like too much detail about like, oh, these are the foods you should be eating. They're just sort of like, oh, 2,500 calories is what you need. Is it calories or kilojoules? Hang on a second. Let me get the, I need to double check my image. The thingy-me-diggy. Here, okay. The letter K, C-A-L, that's kilojoules, isn't it? Or is that calories? When it's like, hang on a second, I can do, say, K-C-A-L.
K-cal.
K-cal. Okay, I don't think it's K-cal. But, yeah, that's the unit of measurement, which I don't know, maybe it's kilogram? Maybe it's kilocalories? Or maybe it is, no, it would be kilojoules. Or anyway, so that was like apparently my daily calorie intake. So probably that means calories. So 2,439 calories was like the recommended amount, which I feel like is a bit like, I know 2,000 is like the requested for the average, like, you know, body and what have you. But yeah. Daily calorie, yeah, that's it. So 2,439 was what they gave me. The part that impressed me, however, was when they told me my daily water intake. Now I know about, like, you know, the weirdy ones where it's like, oh, 8 cups of glass as a day or something like that. Where I'm like, yeah, that still seems like a lot, but that makes sense. I didn't really like properly, like, you know, internalize just how many milliliters are in a glass of water. So when it told me the daily water recommendation was 3.9 liters, I was like, God damn, that's a lot of water. But then I learned that apparently, you know, if you get rid of the whole, oh, it's about, you know, this much, this many glasses or this many football fields, if you get rid of, like, the archaic measurements like that, and you go for, like, you know, milliliters or something, it's like, oh yeah, the human body should be absorbing 3 liters of water a day. And I'm like, Jesus, how is anyone supposed to put in the time to, like, drink all that? Because I tried doing that today, and, like, I just wanted to piss a lot of the times. Like, I'd get through, like, maybe one bottle or something, or rather, and it's like, yep, gotta piss. Then I'm on to my I'm not even finished with my second bottle. It's halfway through, and it's like, bathroom break. And then I'm trying to go through, like, my third bottle, and it's like, you know, in my third bottle, like, 3 or 4 times, it was like, gotta get up and pee. I was like, Jesus, how much water am I supposed to, like, why do they recommend this much amount of water if I'm just gonna be pissing it out all the time? It's too much. Way too much. I still haven't, like, figured out how I'm gonna get, like, you know, 2,439 calories, but because the thing is like, you know, there are some foods where it's like they're not that many calories, but then there are some foods like burgers and burritos and cereals where it's like it's a lot. I weigh the same as a sperm whale testicle. Oh yeah, that's Bones' quote, that they weigh as much as a sperm whale testicle, which, I'm gonna be real with you, that's a weird measurement to like know off the bat. It's like kind of, you know, just being able to like, you know, base your like calendar off of like, oh, we're however many days from like Hitler's birthday or some shit. It's like, not everyone knows what Hitler's birthday is, and it's a bit weird if you know it off by heart. I'm sure you're more appealing than a single whale's testicle. Yes, they most likely are.
Bone Dog has added quote number 319. Why do they recommend this much water if you're just going to piss it out?
it's a valid question. I honestly like this. Like, I feel like that's not even like a Kahlua Himbo kind of inner thought. I feel like that's a very valid question of like, why drink so much? Why are they recommending 3 liters if it's like, you know, the human like stomach only holds like a liter? Like, why are we trying to fill our body with so much water? It flushes toxins from your system. Isn't that the point of my kidneys, though? Aren't my kidneys doing that? Like, they're just breaking down... No. The liver is like breaking down toxins or some shit, and then, you know, once it's done, like, you know, pelting all the, you know, water or whatever the fucking stuff, then it goes through the kidneys where it's like filter. Like, someone get me a... Where's a human body? Where is a human body? How the fuck does this work? Hang on a second. I'm gonna move you there. I'm gonna get the Opera GX browser up and running, and then we're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Bone Musky Dog has added quote number 320. Where is a human body?
It's hardly out of context. All right, hang on a second. Human benchmark. I'm gonna have that off to the side. Control new tab. Function of liver. You know what? We can also move over to here. Alrighty. Alright, so the function of the liver. All the blood leaving the stomach and intestines pass through the liver. The liver processes the blood, breaks down, balances, and creates nutrients and metabolizes drugs into the forms that are easier for the rest of the body or that are non-toxic. Okay, cool. So they deal with the blood thing. What about kidneys then? Like, how quickly is like the kidneys coming in? Cleanse the blood of Wait, what? Is the kidneys just doing the same thing as the liver, where they're just, like, processing? Hang on. Most people have 2 kidneys. Yes, thank goodness. I have both my kidneys, which are organs shaped like kidney beans. Wow, you wouldn't say. 10 to 15 centimeters long.
Bone Musky Dog paid me to say I know a lot of strange facts to know off your hand.
My hand? This hand? What? There's no cool facts off my hand. Each kidney weighs about 160 grams and gets rid of 1 and 1.5 liters of urine a day. The 2 kidneys together filter 200 liters of fluid every 24 hours. Wait. No, hang on. So each kidney, 1 and 1.5 liters of urine a day, but then somehow 2 kidneys filter 200 liters of fluid every 24. This sounds sus. This doesn't sound right. Like, how does that math work? You go from 1 kidney, which is like 1.5 liters, to 2 kidneys being 200. That doesn't sound right at all. Your kidneys, how do they work? Okay, let's try this one. Liver. Okay, so the kidneys, 2 beans. Yep. Located just about below the rib cage. They filter about half a cup of blood every minute, removing wastes and extra water to make urine. Yep, cool. They flow from the kidneys to the bladder through 2 thin tubes of muscle called ureters, one of each side of your bladder. Your bladder stores urine. Your kidneys, I was about to say uterus, but like that's incorrect. Part of your urinary tract. Cool. They remove waste and extra fluid from your body. Your kidneys also remove acid that is produced by the cells of your body and maintain a healthy balance of water, salts, and minerals such as sodium, calcium, phosphorus, and... Wait, we have phosphorus in our...
paid me to say ureters.
Ureters. Yeah, that sounds kind of like your name a little bit. Urinea. Ureters. I didn't know we had potassium in our body. Like, what the hell? Mineral found in many foods such as beans, nuts, milk, and meat. Too much phosphorus in your bones pulls calcium from your bones. Okay, cool. I don't want too much phosphorus then. Nerves, muscles, and other tissues may not work normally. Oh yeah, if you don't have enough potassium, you can do this thing where like you'll do this thing like where you'll like squeeze your hand or something like that, and then you'll just like grip. You'll have like a death grip or something like that, and it's like it feels weird trying to unclench your hand or something like that. They also make hormones that help. Oh, cool. Which hormones? Doesn't say. Cool. It's like control your blood pressure, make red blood cells. Okay, hang on a second then. No, I don't want to know about kidney disease. So, yep, blood flowing through the kidneys, doing that thing, and then the National Institute of Diabetes. Okay, cool. So that's a decent site. All right. So. Hopskin, like, let me read this in more full. Also there, hi there, Alvirus. The kidneys are more of a filtration system, are more for fluids. Okay. The liver regulates most chemical levels in the blood and excrete a product called bile. This helps carry away waste products from the liver. All the blood leaves the stomach and intestine passes... All the blood leaving the stomach and the intestines passes through the liver. Okay. Processes, breaks it down, creates the nutrients, metabolizes drugs. 500 vital functions have been identified within the liver. Some of them more well-known functions, including the production of bile, which helps carry away waste and breaks down fats in the small intestine during digestion. Awesome. Production of certain proteins. Yep, cool. Production of cholesterol and special proteins to carry fats through the body. Okay, so the better my liver, the better it will, like, keep the fat out of me. The conversion of excess glucose into How do I say that? Is there a pronouncy thingy-madiggy? No, there isn't. For storage, glycogen can later be converted back to glucose for energy and to balance and make glucose as needed. Glycogen. Yeah, I'm saying glycogen. Regulation of blood levels of the amino acid, which forms the building blocks of protein. Processing of hemoglobins for use of its iron content. Wait, the liver stores iron. Okay, that's a weird thing to put in parentheses. I would sort of put that first, and then do the parentheses of, oh, there's hemoglobins. Conversion of poisonous ammonia to urea. Urea is an end product of protein metabolism and is excreted in the urine. Cool. Clearing the blood of drugs and other poisonous substance, regulating blood clotting, resisting infections by making it immune factors, and removing bacteria from the bloodstream. Bilirubin. Also from the red blood cells, if there's an accumulation of bilirubin, the skin and eyes turn yellow. Okay, I think I'm good. I don't see any yellow. When the liver is broken down, harmful substances and its byproducts are excreted into the bile or blood. Bile byproducts enter the intestine and leave the body in the form of feces. Blood byproducts are filtered out by the kidneys and leave the body in the form of urine. Okay, so the liver does like the majority of the breaking down and the fixing and all that kind of nonsense, and then any of the blood like leftover features kind of stuff that gets done by the kidneys and does the urine. So like the first waste product is like
my
is the
day
poop.
Be so fine. Then boom. Morning.
My day do be so fine. I didn't have too much going off at work, and I've learned what the fuck is going on at my office in terms of like what's-a-mahoozy stuff. Oh, hey, there's the pancreas. Actually, what does the pancreas do? The function of pancreas. The digestive process. Alright, your pancreas plays a big role in digestion. It is located inside your abdomen, just behind your stomach. It's about the size of your hand. Okay. During digestion, your pancreas makes pancreatic juices called enzymes. These enzymes break down sugars, fat, and starches. Your pancreas also helps your digestion system by making hormones. These are chemical messengers that travel through your... Yep, cool. I know how hormones work. Pancreatic hormones help regulate your blood sugar levels, your appetite. They stimulate the stomach acids and tell your stomach when to empty. Neat. What do you mean? Oh, hit refresh. You might just be a teensy bit behind everyone else. Just a teensy bit. All right, what does the pancreas give us? Enzymes. Yep, cool. They travel through your pancreas via ducts. They empty into the upper part of your small intestines. Each day, your pancreas makes about 8 ounces of digestive juices filled with enzymes. Juicy. Okay. Works together with bile which your liver produces to break down fats in your diet. If you don't have enough lipase, is it lipase or is lipase? I think it's lipase. Your body will have trouble absorbing fat and the important fat-soluble vitamins. Lipase. You did not help me, Alvirus. So, fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, and K. Symptoms of poor fat absorption include diarrhea and fatty bowel movements. What? Protease.
Alivrius paid me to say lipase.
Lipase. Okay, lipase. Protease. Breaks down proteins in your diet, helps protect you from germs that may live in your intestines, certain bacteria and yeast. Undigested proteins can cause allergic reactions in some people. Neat. I don't think I have any allergic reactions, though, so I should be good there. The enzymes break down starches in your sugars, which your body can use for energy. If you don't have enough amylase, you may get diarrhea from... Okay, cool. But what about the part of, like, you know... why does my body turn the energy into fat? Like, what's responsible for that? Not gonna lie, you kind of feel proud you're learning bodily functions. Yes, I am just your classic Radium Desu, where I'm just, like, talking to the viewers about, like, you know, the human body and the things that happen to it. Although I'm reading the parts about, you know, when it is doing its job and such, and Radium is doing the studies on, like, you know... Except you wear pants. Hey, that's a good thing. Don't let fucking Radium indoctrinate you, okay? Pants is a good thing to have, alright? Pants are a wonderful thing. It's Radium that's weird for streaming without pants. They remember to have their glasses, but they don't remember to have pants. Jesus. Pants are not optional. Look, I know the signs at the front say no shoes, no shirt, or no service and such, but that's over the overall assumption that when you go into a shop with your shoes and your shirt, you're also wearing pants. Because I'm going to be real with you, there is going to be a lot more troubles if you don't have your pants with your shoes and your shirt than if you had your had the pants without the shoes and the shirt. Just putting that out there. All right, what does the insulin do? Insulin, this hormone is made in the cells of the pancreas known as beta cells. They make up about 75% of the pancreatic hormone cells. Insulin is the hormone that helps your body use sugar for energy. Without enough insulin, your blood sugar levels rise and you develop diabetes. Noted. Alrighty. Some people don't need pants because they don't have your massive dong. Hey! Pants is still an important thing to have, irregardless of the size of your dong, okay? Don't let anyone tell you that you have to wear pants only at a certain size of your dong. You wear pants no matter what size your dong is. Also, how far away am I from 55 gigs? Jesus. Alright, that's gonna take a while. Next thing, Diggy. Irregardless is in the... That's the part that annoys you? Not the repetitious mention of dong, but just the fucking irregardless isn't a word. You're just like Bane, where it's just like... It's anyway, not anyways. If there's one thing that ruins my day, it's improper grammar usage. She's right, though. glucagon. Glucagon. Alpha cells make up about 20% of the cells in your pancreas that produce hormones. They produce glucagon. Glucagon? If your blood... How do I say this?
Glucagon.
Glucagon. Okay, cool. Glucagon. That sounds a lot easier. That produce hormones. They produce glucagon. If your blood sugar gets too low, glucagon helps raise it by sending a message to your liver to release stored sugars. Awesome. Hey! No! Alvirus, where's my shirt? I want my shirt back. Give me my shirt back. Where is it? What did you do with it? Fine, you won't tell me. Gastrid and Alan. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Sir Dragon. I greatly appreciate it. You get it back once I pass the exam. No, I'm not taking any exam here. You're not quizzing me on this shit. I'm doing this because I'm bored as fuck. And I didn't want to have to delay you guys just so I can try and play, Atomic Heart. I still have another less than 20 gigs to go, which is about 20 minutes. If I can get past 20 minutes of nonsense... Actually, you know what I can do? Human benchmark. No, I am not disabling shit. Actually, let me see if I can sign in. Hang on a second. I'm gonna hide this. I'm gonna see if I can log in. Human benchmark. Alright, does it put in my... Oop. Why didn't that work? Alright, I guess I have to sign up for a new account then. GrantZeebs@gmail.com. And then I need a new password. Where's the password generator? New item. And password. Create a new password. Ding dong. Alrighty then. And then I also need to... Can I duplicate this thing? Yes, I can. Duplicate into the pro... And then...
Bone Nazca Dog thinks you should do 20 squats.
Alrighty then. I'll do my 20 squats then. Ew, signups. I know. I have to do them all over again. Alrighty. Oh, how did I tangle up myself like this? There's too many cables on my desk. Alright, here we go. Stretch the legs. And time to do squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. Alrighty, put this up front. Alrighty then, we have a number of tests we need to do. Sequence memory. Let's see how good the zebra is. Memorize the sequence of buttons that light up, then press them in order. Each time you finish the pattern, it gets longer. Make a Make a mistake and the test is
Furrycures
over.
1221 paid me to say cutie booty cutie booty cutie booty cutie booty. You can deny it, but you'll always be a cutie booty.
Nah. This is easy. Cool. Dun, dun. Oh, I think I got an easy one. All right, can I get past level 10? Yeah, I can get past level 10. I am focusing oh so hard. Oh, wait. Ah, damn it. All right. I got up to 12, though. That's pretty good. 70th percentile. All right. Watch it again. Watch it get faster. I was not expecting it to get faster. That's still good. I'm higher than 50%. Like 69.98th percentile. Like look at me. Look where everyone else was. Like at the 8 and 7 average user, and look at where I am. That was pretty good. All right, chimp test. Am I smarter than a chimpanzee? Absolutely, I'm smarter than a chimpanzee. No, you did not hear anything of that level bone. All right. All right. Huh? Easy. All right. So ding, ding, dong, ding, bing. And then, okay, so ding, 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 ding. All right. Cool. Hang on. So ding, dong. Wait. No, wait, hang on. Ding, ding, dun, dun. Okay. I can do this. I can remember this. Okay. There we go. Nine digits over 90% of the time. All right, so I need to get to like. All right. No, don't X to doubt. I can do this. So one, and then through the middle, to the top and to the left. All right, so. There we go. All right, ding. Oh, this is annoying because like my flow is like the fucking like how do I remember this okay, so you go up here and then from here you go up. And then to and then because that's remaining. There's no way a chimp got up to here. Okay, so 1, 2, 8, 6. All right, so the 6 would be beside the... So 1, 2, 3, and then I skip all the... So I go forward, and then back down to the jump, and then ding, ding, dong, and then I hit the loner to the 9. Okay, I think I got this. All right, so... 4, 5... Cookie for furry cures! 6, 7, 8... Hell yeah! All right. Shit. Ding, ding, ding. All right, so bottom left of the cube to the top, above it, beside it, and then diagonally down to 5, and then 6. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. No, I just clapped. I just went... All right, here we go. I can do this. So, because, yeah, it goes ding, and then ding, donk. So that would be the only one remaining. So you click there, and then you jump across to down, to back up to the top, and then you hit the loner number there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, and 10. No, I clapped my hands. Hands, people, hands. Focus. I'm doing better than a monkey right now. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so it goes ding, ding. So we hit the 2 down here. Then we go 3, 4 there. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we go jumping across to 9. And then we go from right to left, 10, 11. So ding, ding. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 over here. 6, 7, 8. Ding, ding, ding. Chimps are apes? Okay, I'm doing better than an ape then. How about that? I'm doing better than an ape. All right, so... Okay, I think I got it. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right. I'm glad that there isn't, like, a time limit on this. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3 is the loner. 4 is the loner. To the 5, to the 6, which is the new loner. 7... 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so the 10, 11, 12 does like a hook thingy-madiggy. All right, so I need to go 1, 2. So that's like the second one in the triangle thingy-madiggy. And then 3 is the first loner. 4 is the top right because it's in the 4th corner. And then 5 is in the middle. We hop down to 6, which is over there. Hop up to 8. Sorry, hop up to 7, and then we go over to 8. 9 is the new loner, and it goes 10, 11, 12. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god. Okay. I can. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so. I can do this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. 1, 5, 6, 7. Damn it. I mixed up the 10 and the 11. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there. Okay. I hit the 77.5 percentile for chimp. That's pretty decent. All right. Now for the aiming. I need to give myself a little bit of room on the table to do like. All right, so nope, too fast, too slow. All right, there we go. This is good aiming right here. What's stopping you from taking a photo? Honesty. I feel like honesty is like, you know, a policy that you kind of need to follow, Alvirus, because like who am I doing? I'm doing this like kind of for myself. Like I'm not better than some of you guys here and gals, like, and I'm obviously not the best as it shows here, you know, but you know, this is all for my, like, you know, no, I'm not trying to prove myself to Bone. Last thing I need to do is prove myself to Bone, especially when I have like 7 gigs to go. Alrighty then, here we go. So aim trainer. So hit 30 targets as quickly as you can. Click the target above to begin. All right. So ding, ding. All right, cool. I can go a little bit rapid. I'll give you a cookie shortly. Cookie for furry cures. Here's your cookie. Cookie. Oh, what the F? 15th? Hang on. What? How am I in the 15th? I am over the hump. How is... I'm better than the average user. How am I only in the 15th percentile? Oh, I need to go that way. Okay. All right, we're going to play this again as quickly as you can. I guess accuracy is not the issue here. All right, that's a little bit faster. 38. Okay, no, I can do better. I can do better. I thought I would, you know, be marked based off of, like, you know, how close to the target I'd get. All right, that's not even better. Here we go. Nope, that was even worse. I need to slow down my mouse. Ding dong ding 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 ding. That's even worse. All right. Confuzzled? Oh my goodness, Jordan. You're too horny. That's not better. All right, try again. Alrighty, hang on. So How was that? Wait, no, that was worse. All right, so I mean... All right, so 38th percentile. Be 19 out of 10 depressed or horny. Do you mean like 9 out of 10 times you're going to be one of those two things? All right, typing. How many words per minute can you type? Well, number of characters is 15, including spaces. Words per minute by accuracy. Okay. Whales are not fish. They must regularly take... Okay, so... Whales are not fish and... ...67 words per minute. Okay, I'm seeing that I'm like 72 in a lot of different things. I'm just not, you know, has been taking the same approach I have for years. Which, oh, you mean the horny thingy-majiggies? Yes. The day can be so fine, and then you're suddenly horny or depresso. You will be shown words one at a time. If you've seen a word during the test, click seen if it's a new word. Click new. Chamta and cumin new.
My day be so fine, then boom. Morning.
My day do be so fine. "36 words. Okay, so that's like below average. How do you DM Zabone? I'm pretty sure they're in both my Discord and you can direct message people in Twitter. Numbers memory. The average person can remember... Oh my god, I'm not going to do too well at this one. I cannot remember 7 numbers, I'm sorry to say. Alright, so 3... 65. 543. And then 3571. 985 26. 985 26. 728 997. 728 997. 728 997. 910 33 76. 910 33 76. 910 33 76. Alrighty. 22 77 14 37. Oh my god, how did I remember that one? Jesus. 14 425, 987, 425, 987, 755. 425, 987, 755. 425, 987, 755. Holy shit. How is that a hyperlink? Oh, because it has like, because I think Zeebs is like maybe a domain. It's like a made up one. All right. All right. Can I do the next one? Can I get past 9 digits? 568, 877, 9189. 567, 877. Wait, 564, 877, 9189. 567, 819, 987? Nope. Got it completely wrong. I got up to 10, though. That was pretty decent. Like, 55 percentile. Visual memory. Memorized... Oh, wait, no, I already did that, didn't I? Hang on. Oh, I did sequence memory. Okay. Memorize the squares. Ah, okay, this one. There we go. All right. Okay, cool. Oh, I didn't... How? How am I doing this? Oh my god. How am I doing this? Nope. Nope. Damn it. Damn it. All right, I got up to 11. How far is that? Where is it? 40th percent. Okay. Ooh, reaction time. Let's see how I do it. Let's see how I do it in reaction times. When the red box turns green, click as quickly as you can. Alrighty, here we go. Here we go. I'm ready for this. All right. So when the red turns green, the average reaction time is 273 milliseconds. Is affected by the latency of your computer and monitor. Using a fast computer and low latency, high refresh rate monitor will improve your score. Scores in this test are faster than the aim trainer test because you can react instantly without moving the cursor. All right, 226. I can go faster. 199. Come on, I can do sub 150. I can do the sub 150. Ah. Here we go. 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 Damn it. I keep like jumping up. All right. I'm good with sub 200. Where does that put me? Oh yeah. I'm better than a chimp. I'm past 50% with like 1, 2, 3, 4 with 5 of the things out of 8. I'm above average. I will accept being above average. Yay! Atomic Heart is complete. Just gonna move over here just real quickly so then that way I can adjust my setup really quickly, so then that way when I go into the game, it's going to be like full screen and all that kind of stuff. I will just need to update, I just need to stop the music when I do this as well. Alrighty then, and then we go over to Atomic, if I can spell it. Atomic Heart, there we go, we hit OK. Alright, now we're going to go into Atomic Heart. Also, I'm probably going to tweet that nonsense. Where is it? Here it is. So, because I'm going to say, like, now I'm ready to go. Now we're going to get into it. I'm fairly excited for this. I wonder how many... Your excitement is adorable. Thank you so much. I aim to be better than a lot of different things. All right, where is my tweets? There it is. Here it is. Now, we're getting into hashtag Atomic Hot. See you on stream. Alrighty, tweet that, hit the play, close that window, minimize this, pause that, turn off studio mode, swap on over to the game, ignore the fact that there is a giant zebra cosmos behind you. We are getting into Atomic Heart.
Quote 314. This is a really tall wiener.
Why do you have to embarrass me like... Why do you have to embarrass me like that, furries? Alright. Come on, game. Where is it? Come on. Oh my goodness, there's a little bit of lag. Oh, please don't tell me, like, the game... Oh, nope, there we go. Cool. Alright, everything is in Russian. And everything is slow. Oh, fuck's sake. De novo is in here. When are they gonna learn that, like, fucking... like, anti-piracy, like, actions are not actually gonna quell and like piracy motion, like, actions, because very few things are actually, like, you know, piracy is not that rampant as you think it is. Because here's the thing, is if you are still making box office records, piracy is clearly not the issue, because you can still get more people joining in and trying to, like, play your games and what have you. There are... The individuals that are going to be pirating your shit are either A, they can't afford it, or B, they are not in a place where they can get it. The small sector that are in a place they can get it, and in the place where they have the money for it, if they're already pirating on there is very little you can do to convince them to buy your game. It is just not happening. Individuals that have the money and are in the region, they will buy the game. It's like less than 10% of, like, the player of a player base. Sorry, less than 10% of a player base. Less than 10% of the player base. Cool. I was able to say that properly for once. Less than 10% of the player base is normally in, like, you know, some sort of like piracy and, like, you know, playing it via piracy. Also, why is there like a... Why is there a cutoff? That should not... Oh, there's probably a cutoff because... Hang on, it's probably because of the weird... It's not full screen right now. Alright, if I go to options... Yep, it's in windowed mode right now. I need to do full screen at 1440p. Let's apply the changes. Apply these changes. Yes. There we go. Alright, quality. Jesus Christ. Let's not go atomic, please. Apply these changes? Yes, please. Like, Jesus Christ, I don't need... Alright. Reflex. If the reflexes will always be on. DLSS. Anti-aliasing. Sure, we'll keep that on. No, let's turn off motion blur, please. You are a first-person shooter. You are not going to you're not going to benefit from being motion blurred. Sure, we'll keep all this nonsense. Hard drive speed, SSD. Do I have this saved on the SSD, or do I have it saved elsewhere? I probably should have double-checked where I had it saved. Art, subtitles, camera shaking strength. Let's move you down to, like, 2. Apply those changes. Yes, please. Yep. Ow! Why you gotta hit me, Noel? Alright, we're not doing any controllers. Aim assist. Let's disable the aim assist. Use PlayStation icons. No, thank you. Hi, Noel. Also, I should probably double check and see.
Bone Nazca Dog thinks you should do 20 squats.
Alrighty, I need to do 20 squats. I also need to figure out where in the F is this game. It's got a pin to start. Okay, hang on a second. Atomic Heart. Where in the world is Atomic Heart sitting? Because if it's... Alright, so I got an SSD on the D drive. It doesn't look to be in there, which is a bit problematic. Oh, no, it's on the hard drive. Oh, fuck's sake, it's on the hard drive. Note to self, I'm going to need to reinstall this on the SSD because they tell you time and time again to put it on an SSD. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Alrighty then. So yeah, number of things I need to keep track of next time. Also, I see that image wanting to go there. No, don't throw... I just sat down! And I can also see my CPU is getting throttled by all this, so... New game. Let's see. Peaceful Atom. We are pleased to welcome you on an easy sightseeing tour of Facility 3826. Specular and Thingamadoog. Do you have a vivid imagination and dark thoughts? What can you do? That's just how it is. Buckle up. A real nightmare is in store. Where you'll need experience, reaction speed, and the skills to properly manage your resources. I'm going with the middle one. I'm gonna go with local malfunction. Charles tips. Shock is a localized electric discharge limited to its dedicated polyp. Never waste your ammo on a good knife fight. Noted. Alrighty. Hopefully there's no advertisements going off for you guys. No? Good. So yeah.
I really love this place. Good vibes.
The Chelome complex was built from the ground up to be the
I can't
ideal
control
comfortable
this.
workplace.
Can it, Glove? I've been here before.
Will we make it?
Oh, that's a weird.
We've got plenty of time.
That's a cool like thingy-majiggy on his like ring finger there. Oh, am I pedaling right now? Hey, I am pedaling right now.
Chelome City floats on the Icarus platform, a feat of modern science and technology. This city in the clouds.
Is that a
was
robot
built
talking
in
right now?
1950.
I think that is a robot talking
Leading
right now.
scientists from all the other Soviet republics live here, including the German SSR.
Huh.
You need to have an exceptionally brilliant and dedicated mind to work here.
Cool. Also, I need to like tone down the
Would you care for some more soda, comrade?
Ooh! Yes, please. Can I pick it up?
Sure, thanks.
Yeah! Soda!
Looks like another bot got stuck in a tree. That always cracks me up.
They're still working on the robot's navigation system.
Yeah, I noticed.
There's a robot. This is a lovely looking
What a
place.
beautiful day.
Is it looking all right for you, chat? It's not like too loud or too bright right now. It's like I can't read Russian, however. I think that's the one downside I have to deal with.
Going haywire. What the hell did you do to them?
They've been like that all day. Number 3 is booked. I need these houses painted, but look at what they're doing.
Wait, is that guy just walking a pig, right? What the fuck?
Give me your control code. I'll set them straight. Hold piggy, sweetie.
Yes.
Oh, thanks, Mum. The code's 0451.
Okay, then. Get to work, you bums. Move it! Move it!
Okay.
Whoa, you did it! Oh, thanks a million. Enjoy the celebration.
I, again, can't read much Russian, so I have, like, no clue what I'm looking... Ooh. Oh, gardening. Okay.
Good morning, my boy. How are you? Did you sleep well?
Good morning, Dr. Sechenov. I slept fine. Awaiting orders.
How do you like the new glove?
Better than the old one. It's growing on me.
I'd expect nothing less.
Did we...
I designed the device myself. Be careful with it now. It's more important than you might think.
Yes, Dr. Sechenov. I'll keep it safe.
Report to the lab to complete your integration with the glove. I've got a full schedule today, so Mikhail Stockhausen will get you up to speed. I'll be in touch later.
Roger that.
What a weird way to pronounce Michael. Mikhail. Mikhail. It'd be like if someone called Grant Grant.
You've been ordered to the laboratory, Comrade Major. There's a turbine waiting for you at the airway. Are your orders clear?
Crystal, get off my case already.
I'm pleased to hear you don't have any questions. For once.
Neat. Can I start moving? Alright. I hope my mouse isn't, like, jittery about. I don't think it's too... oh, hang on. I think it's... oh.
Comrades, Icarus platform residents, and facility guests.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to you. Sorry. At least the move, like, side-to-side movement is pretty decent. And so far I'm not having input lag, which is a good thing. Can I pick up something? Can't pick up that.
And on Monday.
There's no babies in these prams, but okay.
Good day, comrade. Come closer. I'm here to help. Would you like a thought device? It's high time you got one.
Nah, thanks. I'm just browsing. No thanks. I'm all set.
Alright, cool. So there isn't any, like, choices or anything like that.
Jamba, kitty pampa.
Comrades, residents, and visitors of the city, Dr. Sechenov's address will begin in 10 minutes.
A gear, feather, a skull, and a book.
3826. Hear about its great discoveries and pay your respects to all the victims of war.
Cool.
Everyone here seems so happy and content. Just like in China.
You been to China, Comrade Major?
I've been everywhere. I mean, everywhere except for China, I guess.
Facility 3826.
Yeah, I don't think China's happy right now.
From our Chinese allies.
I like their spirit. And I hear it's nice there.
Indeed it is.
Oh my goodness, this... We're just gonna be in, like, the... Huh? Wait, is the robot got a mustache? I've never seen robots with mustaches. They're usually, like, really clean shaven. Okay, so 1936, they... What does this say? Oh. Comrade Sechenov develops the polymers, a scientific miracle that determines the future course of human civilization in the Soviet Union and abroad. A pivotal moment in the history of science and technology. The greatest minds in the Soviet Union, all of them outstanding scientists, including Comrade Vavilov, Zakharov, Korolev, Kurchatov. Nice himbo rating. Lebedev, Pavlov, Shechenov, Filomenako Chalomi. They join forces, forming a scientific group that lays the foundation for astonishing scientific and developmental advancement in the USSR and beyond. Cool. Ooh, that was a... How long were you there for?
You fought in the war, Comrade Major. Did you just remember something?
No, I can't remember shit. I've been drawing a blank ever since I got injured. It's like there's something stuck in my head, but I can't figure out what it is. Crispy critters, man. Fuck.
Watch your language, Major. We're in a public place.
Yeah, whatever.
Comrade Shechenov and Filomenko created the first Soviet polymer-based hydrogen cell. From this moment on, the future of Soviet robotics takes on global importance. Okay, I didn't... And that was in 19... Oh, I'm going the wrong way! I'm going the wrong fucking... Wait, 1951, 1946, 1943... What? 1939, 1937... What is the order of operation of this thing? Like, I thought it was by year, because it was 1936 over there. Then it went to 1937. Now it's 37, 39... Oh wait, no, I am going the right way. Okay. Realizing that its fall is inevitable, the Third Reich strikes a terrible and shameful, inhumane blow against all mankind. The enemy unleashes a deadly virus called the Brown Plague into the world. The disease kills with incredible speed. There is no salvation from the monstrous pandemic, and existing drugs are powerless against it. Okay, so they released like a global pandemic. A worldwide state-sponsored program of industrial and economic development is launched in the Soviet Union. The pride of Soviet science is created. Facility 3826, an apex of scientific progress and the home of the greatest scientists in the world. The Collective 1.0 neural network is successfully launched at Facility 3826, the world's first global network. It brings together all of mankind's greatest achievements. Neat, so they made the internet in 1946. In 1951, an unbelievable scientific breakthrough for the Soviet Union. The Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin is the first man to fly into space. Okay, cool. So they've jumped the bullet, so they're like 20 years ahead. That's a bit crazy that they've been able to go that far ahead in technology. And then we got another robot there giving us... Ooh.
When all the planets of the solar system distant star.
A lot of thingies. What's this? Juice is a nutritious formula for long space journeys. It's a programmable taste sensation in a jar. Fantastic. Love it. A portable device for recording and transmitting voice messages. There's only one chirper between Petropavlovsky, Kamatsky, and Leningrad. Oh, okay. And I have no clue what that is. And then we have a robot here.
Major Nechayev reporting for duty on Comrade Sechenov's direct order.
Welcome, Comrade Major. Today is a joyful occasion. The birthday of Collective.
Yeah, many happy returns. Cut to the chase, would you? I've got places to be.
Naturally.
Alright, so we don't really give a shit about
This is the future of Soviet education. A personal project of Dr. Sechenov's Poly-Education. Gone are the days when Soviet citizens had to spend years studying at educational institutions. From this moment on, just inject a special neuropolymer encoded with the education you want, a university-level natural sciences curriculum, for example, and you'll instantly become an educated member of society. Want to learn Korean, or get a doctorate in nuclear physics, or learn to play the piano? With Collective 2.0, you can.
Yeah, been there, done that. Skip the foreplay, bot.
Excuse me, of course. Your particular case definitely calls for something more efficacious. Nevertheless, you will still need an initial neuropolymer injection.
The fuck
Comrade
is...
Sechenov is expecting you, Agent P3. I've been informed of your imminent arrival. Here, take this capsule.
Oh, this capsule. Cool. Oh, I'm right-handed. Oh, that's why the glove is on the left hand, because I'm right-handed. Okay. I thought I was left-handed, honestly. And I'm guessing this glove likes this thing? Yeah, I guess it does. Neat. What does it do?
You have just upgraded your glove with scanner functionality. Using the neuropolymer as a conduit, the sensors in your glove are now directly connected to your neural system, especially your eyes' polymer retina. To activate the scanner, just make a special gesture. Please choose an object of interest and extend your arm toward it. The palm of your hand should be facing
Sorry,
the
I'm just
object.
taking my socks off. I forgot I kept them on all this time.
Except for your thumb and index finger. Extend your thumb and index finger to form a right angle to activate the scanner.
Holy shit, bot. Who designed this thing? The Spanish Inquisition?
Oh, okay, hang on. Left hand. All right, here we go. All right, cool. So left alt. Well, cool. Exit.
Demon, be gone.
For your
Cool.
information, that's a highly user-friendly gesture. It was developed by
I'm sorry,
our
but
leading
you're
expert in the field of advanced interpretive avant-garde absurdist Dadaism.
Whatever that guy's been smoking, sign me up.
Didn't you say you were in a hurry just a moment ago?
Shut your
Oh,
trap and
oh
keep
no, you're
scanning,
supposed to
would
use
ya?
your right hand, I
With the
think.
new
Ow,
model.
chaos!
You are now
Like,
capable
when you're
of seeing
calling someone a
hidden
loser, are you supposed to use your right hand to make the L? Or are you supposed to use your left hand to make the
For
L?
now, please continue with your mission.
Hey, look, robots. Cool. So we got people doing things there. Are there any invisible robots, I wonder? No. Okay. Whoa. So the robots aren't like just full-on plastic. They got like a nervous system. You're still sour over you calling me thirsty last week? What are you talking about?
Comrades,
What are you... Oh yeah,
addressed
because
by
the
Director
TikTok.
General of Facility 3826, Dr. Sechenov is about to begin.
Alright. Oh my god, there's so many fucking robots.
Greetings, comrades. I am Dmitry Sechenov, and this is Facility 3826. Welcome to your future.
There is a lot going on right now.
The greatest event in the history of mankind. We find ourselves just one small step away from an amazing evolutionary victory.
Report to the lobby of that high-rise.
Change the world as we know.
What is... Okay.
No, I'm not exaggerating.
Not my fault. You're all good looking.
Our beloved Soviet Union has been transformed in the last few decades.
Good looking friend of mine. You're just a little guy.
So
You're just a
happy
wee
to see
little
you're
guy.
taking it easy, Comrade Major. The car is waiting. You must go to Dr. Sechenov's office for the access code. It's been left with one of his bodyguards.
Yeah, natürlich.
Yeah, there's just a lot happening. Like I need to progress through this, but then there's like all that talking there, and then this guy's talking right now.
So nice.
Our elevator has arrived.
Finally, we will be free to forget the difficult, tedious drudgery of unskilled labor and dedicate ourselves to science.
Can I sit down?
All at Facility 3826.
No, okay, I guess I'm just standing up right now, leaning back and watching as all this unfolds.
Connector thought. It will allow human beings to be at the center of Collective 2.0, a network for all mankind together. Uniting the intellects of all individuals into a powerful mind free of all boundaries. Thanks to the Thought Neural Connector, you will control robots with your mind. mastering academic subjects with breathtaking speed, accessing all human knowledge, and of course combining it with your own individual.
Am I supposed to be able to see something else, or am I just supposed to see this graphic here?
Need control panels, cumbersome communications equipment, and loudspeakers, documents, electronic notebooks, etc. Thought will replace every single one of them. And so much more. Your potential will be unlimited. Want to learn a foreign language in a minute? Master quantum physics in a day. Memorize literary masterpieces from around the world. This all will be possible once your thought neural connector...
Alright, in we go.
Talk about style.
Oh my god, it's the sexy ladies!
Boss has a way of looking down on insurmountable obstacles. I really respect
It's the sexy twins!
Science cannot surmount.
Look at him!
A glove that never shuts up.
Here's your vehicle activation code, Comrade Major.
I feel so much shorter than them. Jesus. Oh, that's cool.
Got it.
The vehicle is waiting downstairs. You should hurry. You don't have much time.
We can take the
Thank
same elevator to get up here.
Thanks, Einstein. What would I ever do without you?
They're so big! Like, apparently this is like just me at eye level, and they're up there. Like, alright, so... Okay, I need to go back down. That was... Did I really need to, like, go all the way up the elevator to get myself a set of keys?
Sechenov here. Sorry I can't meet with you in person, my boy. The reporters have been hounding me all day. So, what do you think of Chalamet?
You've built yourself a city of the future, boss. There's nothing else like it in the whole USSR.
I built it for all mankind, not for myself. Humanity is on the verge of great discoveries. One day we'll reach the stars. These castles in the sky will be the beginning of our journey to the farthest reaches of the universe. I'm merely helping humanity realize its own greatness.
You're a dreamer, Dr. Sechenov.
Fantasy and science go hand in hand. Most modern inventions were described long ago in science fiction. Flying machines, space travel, even robots.
Are you telling me you got your ideas from sci-fi novels?
I got them from the dreams of mankind, P3. Man was born to dream, to do great things. But unfortunately, there are those who wish to crush those dreams. And that's where men like you come in.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Men sworn to defend mankind and its destiny.
Need me to get rid of somebody, boss?
You're very relaxed about it, my boy. I hope it won't come to that. But let's take it one step at a time. First, you'll need a substantial glove upgrade. Report to the lab. A Tereshkova robot will meet you there and take you to the Vavilov complex. Understood?
Yes, sir. I'm getting in the car right now.
Sounds easy enough. I'm guessing the special event is so... Oh! What is it? Our leader brought us all together, and now he's showing us the way. Father and son, daughter and mother. We all sing his praise every day. Is Stalin still in this? Do we still have to deal with Stalin, or is he not a problem in this day and age? I'm fairly sure he was in power, like, during the 1930s, 1940s. Are we gonna have to deal with Stalin? Or are we just gonna, like, you know, ignore that tidbit? Huh. Neat. And then turn it on. Oh.
Please secure your seatbelt. We wish you a very pleasant journey.
What are you gonna do? Oh.
Isn't there supposed to be a radio in here?
The entire Soviet Union is ecstatic about the unveiling of Collective 2.0 with
Yeah, I just came
parades
from one
in
of them.
every
I get
city.
it.
The American government is expressing deepening concern about the skyrocketing unemployment figures following the deliveries of robotic workers from the Soviet.
We've got plenty of thought devices. There won't be a shortage, said People's Deputy Alexander Shalchinov in response to widespread concern in the city of Uzyorsk.
How about some music?
Clearly our character doesn't want to take part in anything about this universe. don't know. A part of me feels like, you know, this is a very interesting universe. Like, I feel like it could be really deep, but it's not able to decide on whether or not it wants my character to be engaged in the universe, or
I see you
if it
begun your
wants
assignment. And it's been less than an hour. Sehr gut.
Jawohl, mein Führer.
What did you just say?
I said the signal's on the fritz, but thanks anyway, Herr Stockhausen. Dr. Sechenov already filled me in.
Yeah, like,
Don't
our
you think that may have
character...
been a bit too much?
No.
For some reason, your response didn't surprise me at all.
Guess I don't have any respect for brown-nosers.
Tell me, is there anyone you do have respect for?
Sure, but respect is earned. Dr. Sechenov has mine because he saved my life on the operating table. Everybody else needs to earn it. Anyway, why the hell are we riding a jalopy strapped to a damn robot? Were all the jets taken or something? Shit.
Riding
it's a bit
turbines
weird.
is an important tradition. It's a way to remember the days when Facility 3826 was brand new, as we used to ride these vehicles to our very first scientific complex.
Fair enough, but why is it a tradition to have them pulled by bumblebees? And why do we call them bumblebees when they look more like flying pigs?
Flying pigs? Have you seen flying pigs before? How about flying cows?
Yeah, on the Condor. One time some genius like you forgot to put up a fence, but those cows only flew in one direction. Straight down.
I have a suggestion, Comrade Major. Why don't you
We just have like a lot of cities just floating in the sky?
Shut the hell up, Glove. I'm trying to listen.
To what? Is there anything here you haven't seen yet?
I've never been here before. Zip it.
What? How come?
I don't know, damn it. Now quit bugging me.
My apologies.
That was fast. Alright, so we're basically in like Cloud City squared, where everything's just like up in the sky. It's kind of cool to look at, but I'm not a huge fan of my character. This like agent guy, P3 or whatever. Like, you know, sure, they gave him like the nugget of curiosity of like, oh, why are we still in a flying car? And why do we have to be pulled by the quote-unquote bumblebee? Why is it named like that? Like, cool, good moment there, but, you know, he's kind of just being a dick this entire time. Plus, there's like, now we're going through like a long moment of like going from one place to another. Like, couldn't we have...
This is Facility 3826's audio guide. We will soon be arriving at our destination. Estimated time of arrival is 11:47 a.m. Outside temperature, 26 degrees Celsius. There is a slight breeze.
God, I wish it was that cool.
You can now observe the Soyuz Granite Bridge spanning Lake Lazur, and two of the facility's high-profile test sites, the VDNH and Sakhalin. These are connected by magnetic levitation or maglev rail. This technology was pioneered by the Chelomey Design Department and a personal project of Dr. Lebedyansky.
Uh-huh.
You can now observe the operations of an automated plant, performing robot assembly and distributing machine parts required by the facility's various complexes. Controlled remotely by a collective 1.0 node,
the character is suffering from shooter badass character disease. Oh, that just whole like grustled like, oh, I didn't ask for this, like kind of feels to it. I guess. I will be real with you. I'm a little desensitized to that, like, to those kinds of character traits. I think I would be more annoyed with him, like, you know, just trying to be pessimistic during all this. I don't want him being pessimistic. I'm kind of done with...
We are currently flying over sunflower solar farms, capable of supplying electricity to the entire VDNH, as well as the Friendship of People's Park, nearby settlements, and the maglev train lines.
Jesus Christ, this place is huge!
Maglev train stations connect all of Facility 3826, allowing personnel to travel from one complex to another with comfort and ease.
So why aren't we traveling in that method?
We are now flying past the majestic Call of the Motherland Monument, erected in 1949 to mark the Soviet Union's victory in World War II. and are now entering the grounds of the Vavilov complex, the site where Facility 3826's numerous agricultural miracles took root. You are now observing the Soviet Sickle Monument, designed by sculptors Elena Mukhina and Alexander Kibalnikov, and autonomously erected in 1951 by the Collective 1.0 Neural Network with the help of robot builders. Note that this effectively makes it the world's first collaborative artistic effort between man and machine.
Cool.
Our brief guided tour is coming to an end. Facility 3826 is always ready to welcome new specialists from anywhere in the Soviet Union. We are confident that you will be thrilled to live and work in this world of revolutionary breakthroughs and fantastic scientific achievements for the glory of the Communist Party and the Soviet people.
Major, the drone is initiating combat maneuvers.
Initiating what? For real?
Watch out!
What am I supposed to do about it?
For safety, please do not unfasten your seatbelt until the vehicle has come to a complete stop.
Yeah, let's get out of the vehicle before we die.
You have reached your destination. You are now at the laboratory 8 of the Vavilov facilities.
Okay.
Take my hand, Comrade Major. I will escort you to the Vavilov complex.
Thank you.
What the sweaty hell is going on here?
Unfortunately, I have no information on the subject. All the robots have been carrying out their normal operations until they suddenly became hostile.
Okay, so why are you not hostile?
Oh,
what the hell are you doing, you lousy bots? Get your rusty
little
asses out of here!
That was really very rude of them.
The elevator is now operational.
Oh, that's a problem.
Fuck off, bitch!
Alright, why are you not being problematic for me? Why are you
Our
okay?
ascent is once again continuing normally. A Drofa towing robot will be here shortly to perform magnetic coupling and take us by air to...
Son of a bitch, not again.
We're just floating, we're just being pulled up in the air all over again.
Oh, help me, Comrade Major. I'm falling.
What the shit?
Oh, you just got sucked in. And we're about to die.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, cool. All right, cue the title sequence. Yay! That entire sequence could have just been a cinematic. I'm gonna be real with you. We didn't need, like, the two occasions that we needed to, like, walk around and have, like, the two separate. He also suffers from Soviet character disease, either a radical communist or an anti-communist propaganda. But that's the thing, he's not pushing either one of those two things right now. We don't know his, like, party allegiance. He's not saying, like, it's too soon to tell about that one. Like, I can definitely see, like, the whole, you know, first-person shooter, badass, like, shade, like, just sort of like that weird doesn't give a fuckness, no one is right, you gotta earn my respect, except for, like, this one dude who saved my life. How long has it been since you started the game? I literally just started this game, like, maybe, like, 10, 20 minutes ago. It has not been that long, and all I've done so far is paddle a boat, like down a river, like a canal or something like that, walk through a park to get to an elevator, to grab a set of keys, to get into a car. Once I was in the car, then the car floated me through, like, you know, a different part of, like, the facilities or whatever like that, where once... And then, like, a robot, like, started attacking me. And then I went into an elevator. And the elevator had a robot that told me that, you know, the robots are doing all kinds of weird, violent shit. She gets sucked into, like, a turbine or something or other. And the elevator piece for us drops. Like, it's been a bit of a confusing sort of experience for me. I'm going to be real with you. And it doesn't help that my character, I cannot figure out whether he... Because we just drop in as if, like, he has all this knowledge about this stuff already, and he doesn't really give a shit. I don't have an idea about this shit. That's one of the first problems you have to deal with in sci-fi, is you need to somehow be able to traverse the exposition dump. In a book, easy enough to do. You just give them the explanation at the start, because us absorbing information does not play into, like, the timeline of, like, you know, what's happening in the book and such like that, because, you know, if we need to get the lore dump, it's going to be seeming as if no time has passed at all before they do the next steps. In a video game or a movie, however, every second you have to explain yourself is a second that shit's not being done. So, like, Dark Souls goes through a very interesting way where the narrative is in the items and books that you find and what have you. So nothing is ever told to you in an exposition dump sort of thing, but you got to work really hard to get the narrative and what have you, which, you know, some people might find as a good thing or a bad thing. This, I feel like, is a good starting point, though. Like, if we didn't have, like, the first thing at the start, or maybe if the first thing was just a cinematic for us to watch, where, you know, he's going, like, you have, like, your real time, you know, seeing him walk through the park and what have you, and all the exposition dump of, like, oh, thanks to the, thanks to Conscious, like, you know, 1.0, we did these things to the robots, we've mass-produced the robots as a working force, and now we've released Conscious 2.0, where the intention is to do all these kinds of things. That would have worked out really well. I feel like this is the point we need to, like, get into the game, not... What are you doing? Ooh! I didn't know we had, like, extra electrokinesis powers.
Wizard, this is P3. Come in.
Sergey, are you all right, my boy?
I'm okay, boss. But nothing here is the way it's supposed to be. Whatever's going on clearly started a while ago.
Victor Petrov is the reason. He's a traitor who hacked into Collective's central hub and caused the civilian robots to attack facility employees.
All right, we can't decapitate peeps.
Has the access codes for the hub. Your mission is to find him and bring him to me alive.
Wait, can I kill the chickens?
The target is Victor Petrov. My mission is to find him.
Oh, yes, I can kill the chickens.
Exactly. Sectionov out.
Pig! Kill the pig. Alright, I need to do my squats. Sorry, hang on a second. Bones asked for 20 squats. I need to do my 20 squats. My CPU is going through the roof! Alright, here we go. My leap motion is riding up my chest again. One. Two.
Bone Dog has added
3.
quote number 321.
4.
Oh wait, can I kill the chickens? Yes, I can
5.
kill the chickens.
6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. And 20. Thank you for the 20 squats, Bone. And thank you for the quote. Okay, so... What the... There we go. I didn't properly read how to do the, what's-mahoozy. Okay, so we got stuff from them. That's cool. Can we get it from the other? No. Chickens and pigs. That's fine.
Bone Dog paid me to say what's this button do?
Nothing at all. Oh.
Holy shit.
That's a giant drill.
Any details on the target?
Victor Petrov is the lead engineer behind Collective 2.0. He was arrested for treason and sentenced to community service at the Vavilov complex.
Got it. I can deal with that. Where should I start looking?
Petrov is currently somewhere in the underground levels of the Vavilov complex.
Did you see it?
We'll have to find a way inside.
Okay, let's do it.
Oh, I didn't see it, sorry.
Somebody help me! I'm gonna die in here!
Hey, you! I'm coming. You alive in there?
It's a robot. I'm pretty... Like, how do you not figure out it's a... Hello? You better not be, like, ready to jump scare me and...
Shit!
Whoa.
Get away from me!
Oh, come on. Ow.
Oh, go fuck yourself!
Oh. Hi, old lady.
What are you gawking at? Almost choked to death there. Give me a hand.
Oh, I didn't see that coming.
Oh. You should be more careful. This place is a damn madhouse.
Yeah, I noticed. Thanks for the help,
No
ma'am.
sweat, Sonny.
Thank you.
What are you doing here anyway?
Oh, just passing through. Who are you?
Me? Xena. Granny Xena. That's all you need to know.
Noted.
Fine, I get it. So what's going on here? Lots of casualties.
I don't know if you noticed, but the robots are attacking people. Anyone who couldn't find a place to hide is dead meat.
So why are you
I could
out
really
here
use
then?
a weapon. You got anything?
Wait, we had an axe, didn't we?
Of course. But I'm not giving you shit. Beneath us is a complex. If you need a weapon, go down there.
The Vavilov complex? That's where I'm headed.
Ah,
cool.
Well, today's your lucky day. I'm heading that way too. It's basically safe.
Basically?
Shit! It's a pshila!
Son of a bitch.
Pshila.
You've got 30 seconds. Move your ass!
30 seconds until what?
30 seconds until we're fucked, sonny boy. Royally fucked.
Oh.
No good. Get over here, beefcake. Now. Take this key and turn it clockwise. I said clockwise, idiot.
To the right.
Yes, like that. I'll hold them off for now.
You got a hell of an arsenal there, lady. What are you planning?
Can I have
Here
it?
we go. You've been riding my ass for 2 days now. Take that. Eat shit and die.
Wait. Has this been going on for 2 days now? The rebellion, or is she just like, you know, paranoid for the last 2 days?
Come to Granny.
Where'd you get that thing?
No
Give it to
way.
me.
You hang on to that key. I got this.
Oh my god. Fucking badass is what it is. Is that a bomb?
Shit.
Uh-oh. Alright, we're going down. I should probably make the cost of that "did you see it" like cheaper. It doesn't need to be 100 points. It can be cheaper than that. I'll make it like 25 points instead. LOL. Survived an elevator. You have survived a lot of elevator crashes.
Goddamn clusterfuck.
I don't think you understand, P3, just how lucky you've been in not only surviving one elevator crash, but surviving 2 of them so far. 2 of them. All right, can I climb up this thing? Yes. Okay, cool. It's the classic spacebar. Ooh. Numerad cup thingy.
Welcome to the Vavilov complex, named after the great Soviet botanist. The Vavilov complex is a leading scientific institution.
Volv A6
Nightmare
Lab.
Elex21 paid me to say ducking love
We
that
need to find
badass
a way to open this
grandma armed
armored
up to her
door.
fake.
Gee, you think? Enough with the lame advice, will ya? Why don't you tell me more about Petrov? How'd they track him down anyway?
Petrov's betrayal was discovered by Mikhail Stockhausen. He was then arrested by the Argentum unit.
So how'd he end up here?
After the trial, Petrov was sentenced to community service and sent back here as a prisoner.
What, they couldn't find anyone else in the whole Soviet Union to do his job?
Collective's launch was only a few months away. Replacing the lead engineer would have been foolish. Petrov had to finish what he'd started, and that's what they made him do.
What's so special about the guy?
Victor Petrov was previously the lead engineer of a secret department within the Academy of Consequences, dedicated to programming robots for Collective 2.0.
Right.
This is an emergency log entry. I'm a programmer named Katerina Vishnevskaya. There's been an incident at the Vavilov complex. Robots have started killing everyone in sight. Right now, I'm in...
Hey, who's there?
They found me. Stay away! I've got a grenade!
Hey, lady, this is Sergeant Major Ibrahimov. I'm human. You need to come with us. It's dangerous here.
Get away from me, you monster!
No, listen to... Just turn the handle and open the door.
Oh, okay. Yep, cool. I thought we'd keep hearing new stuff, but... I don't think her teeth were fake, but sure. You okay, dude? Oh, nope, you're not okay. Let's get away from the weird robot tentacles. What do we get this time? Wait. You went into the facility? Holding tab. Alrighty. Immediately restore 50 health. Okay, we don't need that. Cool. Alright, well, he's dead. Ooh, safe areas. Break rooms are the game's safe areas. Each is equipped with a manual save machine. This thing.
Saving data.
Awesome. Thank you. Shotguns, shells, and thingy-madoogs. Alright, reload you.
And the machines rose.
Forewarned is forearmed. Enemies can perform power attacks that knock P3 down if hit. When an enemy is charging a power attack, Charles will indicate the best moment to dodge it. Upon seeing the red highlight, left shift to dodge.
May I give you some advice?
I'm kind of busy right now.
Try to avoid the robot's more powerful attacks.
They're all powerful.
Ow.
Attacks performed by a robot during a power surge are especially dangerous and may knock you down.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
There we go. Collect some resources. Hi there, Micah. Welcome to the stream. Press and hold in their direction. Move from one without releasing. You'll then collect the resources.
Resources you find along the way, Major.
Cool.
May I remind you that your gear includes a special Yarov Abalakov backpack for storing items and equipment? It utilizes a quantum singularity to shrink items placed within it, then restores them to their original size upon extraction.
Yeah,
does it now?
Weird science, huh? Looks like we're living in sci-fi times or something.
Alrighty, cool. Metal parts. Oh, there we go. Alright, that's cool. I can just, like, hold down the thingy-majiggy. Oh, what's a tough old bird?
Why'd you turn that thing on, huh?
We were ordered to turn it on when you got here, Comrade Muravyova. My orders are to document everything and...
You can document your own ass if you want to, but you're not recording me, and let me through.
June 3rd, 1955. What are the orders? All employees of Facility 3826, including service employees, are to undergo polymerization on June 10th, 1955. Cookie for Angrel. Make sure everyone signed the protocol procedure. May 12th, 1950. Oh, okay, so June 3rd, May 12th was early. In response to your inquiry, here is my evaluation of the prisoner V. Petrov. Nervous, impulsive, working at the theater has had an obvious effect on the prisoner's psychological state. He has been obsessed with theatrical images for several months now and recites poems by some unknown poet in his sleep. He's got average physical health. They are currently a flight risk. Unofficially, Petrov has been losing his marbles for a while now because of everything that's happened to him. Psychologically speaking, there are no objective causes that could have led to his psychopathy or his obsession with the theater. As a result, I believe that the theater is more than just a workplace to him. I suggest sending a team to search his workstation. Granny Xena. I'd like to call attention to the fact that Zenata Muraviola, aka Granny Xena, is not allowed to enter or approach the sapling warehouse without authorization. Under any circumstances, Comrade Muraviola has previously taken seeds and sapling of experimental flowers back to her dwelling under the pretext of performing an inspection, then cultivating them privately. Since these plants are in early experimental stage and may have characteristics that have yet to be fully studied, this could be dangerous. Do not react to Granny Xena's rudeness. Behave yourself. Inform Conrad Shekhanov about the incident in the Germation workshop. Cordon off the hospital where the victim is being treated. Let no one in the ward other than medical personnel and Comrade Shekhanov. And those are all our employees. So we got him, who's 52 years old, the great director. Vanocchi. Is Stalin in here? Is Stalin in the list? It doesn't look like they're in the list, but interestingly enough, they have ratings beside their name. Huh. If I have a moderator in here, can they get rid of, like, Micah's message? Because I feel like that might be spoiler territory, and I would rather not have any backseating in terms of lore or anything like that.
Don't call me Comrade Muravyova. I'm Granny Xena to you, Sonny.
We aren't allowed to let you through, Granny Xena. Not without authorization.
Really?
Oh, hang on, I missed it.
I was always allowed in here before, and now I'm not. Listen here. Either you let me through right this instant, or I'll come back later. And somebody else will be cooling his heels in here. What you say?
Go ahead.
That's what I thought. Dismissed.
It's a bit weird playing this with, like, a keyboard and mouse, I will be real with you, when it comes to the whole, like, oh, let's...
Hey, Glove. My name is Charles, Comrade Major.
Charles.
Whatever. Hey,
how about Charles?
How does Petrov guy manage to hack Collective?
The traitor wasn't working alone. He was conspiring with several others.
Several, huh? So where are they?
They have already been eliminated. But it will be impossible to get to Petrov without your assistance. That's why you're here.
Mm-hmm. Alright, that's everything.
Sneak up on the robot and perform a stealth attack. I'll use the opportunity to permanently disable it.
Oh, cool. Ah! Oh, we got a button mash, okay. Ow. Ow. Alright, heal this. Alright, so I need a button mash to do that. Alright, maybe I'll insert the controller into this game. Alright, open this, grab that. So yeah, because, yeah, like, holding this, like, F button and then trying to, like, use directionals and what have you, it doesn't feel, like, 100% right. It feels like way too much of this game, despite being first person, is way, like, there's emphasis on using the controller as opposed to,
Have a seat, Mikhail.
as opposed to the keyboard and mouse. Let me plug this in and see how it functions.
I'll be with you in a second. Okay?
Alright, come on. Are you going to... No. Okay, so it's not doing controls when I do that. What if I plug in you? Sounds. It's like going through... Yep, it's going through the controller. right now, the microphone. Hang on a second. I need to fix that. Set as default. All right, that should fix the controller. So now it should be, you know, going through the proper mic. Hit OK. All right, now let's see, we go back into the game. It would be great if you stopped rumbling just for a minute. My goodness, it's still going at 100% CPU. Come on, you can do it. You can stop being, you know... Oh, please don't tell me it's like, hang on, audio... Change the music for streamer mode. No! Just stop picking music that is going to be a problem for streamers, or just stop. Local malfunction, that's fine. Controls, mouse sensitivity, inverted mouse, controller dead zone. Hold time is 0.2 seconds. Aim assist, we'll turn that on. Use, and then apply the changes. Apply these changes. Yes. Can it pick up on the fact that I'm using a controller right now, or nah? Come on. You can do it. Come on. Work for me. Or, you know, not at all. Like, customize bindings, no. Yeah, I can't hear any, like, are you hearing any of this? Because I'm not hearing any of it. Hang on. Yep, it's going through the wireless controller again. No, we want to go through this. There we go. Nope. Okay, so so if I'm in the middle of a game, I can't, you know, play it with the controller. What if I plug you in? Will you work with the controller? Oh, there we go. But oh my goodness. All right. Amazingly enough, it's like, oh, do you want to use the PlayStation 1 icons? Disable. Awesome. There we go. Now it's using the Xbox controllers. All right. So left trigger is the, you know, slow. All right. Let's see. Is it? All right. X is to. What's triangle? What's B? What's A? Left bumper. Right bump. Okay. Right bumper is the weird, you know, exploring and picking up shit. Left to the right changes my... Left and right changes the thingy-madiggy. Down is to... There we go. And then backspace is to do that. Okay. Move item. Lol, interesting. Okay. Geolocation is turned off. Sprout. It's just weird. Psych. Mother. Why do I have all that information already? Alright, and then... Okay. What is... Customize bindings? Because I was using, like, the left alt. Left triggers to do that. Left bumper does nothing. Right bumper is that... Is that... Is that... Okay, I think I've lost my detective mode, weirdly enough. How am I supposed to do detective mode? It doesn't give me like an item map or anything like that for when I'm... Hang on a sec, I'm just gonna have to Google that. Alright, atomic heart, scanner. To use the scanner, you double tap right bumper, then keep holding after the second press. Oh, okay. Thank goodness someone decided to... wrong Chrome. Move this back to here. Move this back to here. I'm still at 100%. Alright, so if I go... Okay. Interesting. Alright. Yep, cool. And then... You. Can't go... Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry, but what is the rotation? That did not give me good indicators there. Yeah, this... Trying to pick up things rapidly in this game with the keyboard and mouse does not make as much sense as this.
So you're telling me a handful of traitors somehow managed to hack into Collective, a network created by the best minds in the Soviet Union?
Technically speaking, Collective has not been hacked. No one could possibly circumvent the algorithms created by Professor Lebedev's team at the Academy of Consequences.
Then why is all this crazy shit going down?
The traitors introduced a false combat mode into one of Collective's algorithms that causes the central hub to see all humans as invading soldiers.
And our scientists really can't fix it without Petrov.
They can.
But it will take some time, which many people died and formally make it outside the facility. Hey, there's a chess club. Cool.
But it will take some time, during which many more people will die, and information about the incident will make its way outside the facility.
Oh, I have to, like, select it like this. There we go. All employees, including, are to undergo polymerization. Cool. I just need to figure out what the, like, dodge button is again. So... There we go. Grab you. Grab you. Alrighty. Should be easy enough. Another timepiece? Yeah, another timepiece. There are no synthetics. Oh, there's no atheists on the battlefield.
I've always considered myself an atheist, but right now there's only one thing I can say. May God have mercy on our souls. We've locked the magnetic door to the cable car tunnel, but I don't know how long we can keep the robots inside the complex.
Oops. Did someone make a noise?
Ivan, is it me? Or did that bush just move? Ivan! Ivan!
There we go. Absorb you. Ooh, timepiece. Love and robots. Tell me more.
My dearest V, it's too dangerous to keep leaving messages like this. This is the last one. Get ready. I'm getting my paperwork together, and then I'll be right behind you. We're going to get out of this nightmare. Yours always, L.
Neat.
Damn it, why is everything locked here?
Emergency mode was activated as soon as the robots began attacking humans. Facility 3826 is on lockdown. That includes the inner sector.
So how am I supposed to open this door?
It's locked with an electromagnetic lock.
So I need to fry it with an electromagnetic pulse. How the hell am I gonna do that?
Your glove can be equipped with an EMP generating shock module. A capsule containing the neuropolymer required to install.
Oh. Never mind, I thought I couldn't open it.
Oh shit!
Oh! Hey, it's the drill worm again! Ooh. No, don't get closer to the drill worm. You're gonna get smashed to pieces. Or we get crushed. Not good. Excuse me. Wait, did we just die? Oh, cool, we didn't.
You okay?
I'm fine.
How many fingers?
4.
4.
Great, now get up. I need your help.
I can count.
Who are they?
They brought you here. Put pressure on this wound. They tried to save you.
Yeah, they're not gonna survive.
Doctor.
You got a name?
No time for small talk.
God damn.
Forceps. Forceps, forceps, forceps!
I'm on it.
Get me them!
What's this doing here?
What took you so long?
You got a neuropolymer capsule.
We don't need one.
So what's your name, Doc?
Larissa, and you ask a lot of questions.
You know what? You're on
and
your
she's
own.
just
You
called
got this.
Doctor in her.
It's useless.
Oh
We
wait,
don't
now
have the
she's.
I've got the equipment. Great. Now we're getting
How did you
somewhere.
do that?
You ask a lot of questions.
Valid questions is what she asked. Oh Jesus, lasers. Not good. How do we? No. Do not fire a laser. Okay, cool. Sure, let's just throw shit at me.
Holy shit! Avoid the beam.
There we go.
Terminated. Charles, where does the shaft Larissa crawled into go?
It's hard to say. The ventilation system contains a large number of branching ducts.
Fine. I can deal with it later.
Damn it. All right. Ooh, chest. Thank you. All right, so we got shotgun shells and a capsule. I will take the capsule to get some heals.
What's that freaky thing on the door?
A lock.
Are you serious? Then open it already. Come on, we're in a hurry.
I'm unable to assist you. I lack any kind of lock-picking functionality. You'll have to find your own method for picking locks. I'm sure you're smart enough.
Yeah, right. In other words, you're basically useless.
There we go.
As always.
Try
so long as that thing doesn't explode, I'm good.
The locking pin light.
You already checked your Himbo rating, Sir Dragon. You're 42% Himbo. You checked earlier today. Alright.
A lullaby? I don't like this. Charles, what's on the other side of the door?
That's Nora's voice. She's very dangerous.
Okay. Recreation. Open this. What do we get? Shotgun shells. Use this as cellular.
What the fuck? Fuck me!
Oh, Jesus. Oh. Get off me!
Tie you to the bed, baby.
What the hell is with this horny robot?
Sugar, you're gonna love this.
No.
Don't let her bind
What?
your arms.
Can't you see I'm trying? Open to suggestions!
Bring me to her sensor manipulator, quick!
Alright.
How titillating. Rebellious dominant men really turn me on.
Stop being horny, robot.
Just let me at you.
Oh my god, we're touching tips. We're gonna touch tips.
I'm on fire.
Closer! I can't reach her!
I'm trying. She's one strong-ass bitch.
I'm at your service, sugar. Anything for my master? What can I do for you?
Ooh, that was weird. That's a lullaby.
More skills will become available to you soon.
That one of the killer hums.
Choose shock for now.
Yay! Shock. Get a skill. Shock, thank you. Then we can switch to crafting.
How can I resist? Now let me show you what I can do.
Choose upgrades.
Professionally, I mean.
I've seen it. Literally. Crispy critters.
I am here to help you upgrade your red-hot pocket rockets. And believe me, handsome, you can upgrade whatever tickles your fancy.
Weapons are
installing
useful.
that.
Open the corresponding window, Major.
Get rid of that glove, handsome. You don't need him anymore now that you've got me. I'll service you however you want.
got a
Calm
sword.
down.
A massive sword. Thrust it deep into my socket so I can make it sturdier and sharper.
Nora can upgrade weapons and equipment, as well as manufacture new items.
Dragon! Don't
to do this.
You're gonna make the robot even hornier if you show him without my shirt.
As you rummage through
But I can do so much more. A quick romp with your axe is just a taste of things to come, you handsome beast. Did you enjoy it, you big guy?
Yeah. Cool.
Use this powerful weapon to split the skulls of your enemy.
Oh, hang on. Alright, open this, open this, open this, open this. Cool. So we got semiconductor, some power shells. Do not fall into the hole that's on fire. This nation of science and industry was built by the hard-working peasantry. I don't think I like the sound of that.
Great, the goddamn elevators are out. What am I supposed to do? Jump down?
They've no power. If you reconnect the power, they'll start working again.
So it looks like I need to find a circuit breaker. But where the hell is it? I could follow the wires, but they're all hidden inside the walls.
Electrical emissions can be detected via scanner.
Oh, I see, I see, I see. Okay, so we need to get over there. And we've got ourselves...
Supply room's locked. Well, that's just fucking great. I can't just snap my fingers here. I need a key. And let me guess. You can't open this lock, can you, Charles?
Unfortunately not. But I can set a waypoint you can use to find the key. It should be in a nearby workspace.
You're finally starting to come in handy.
Awesome. I don't know why you have why do main characters have such animosity against their, like, side protagonists and, like, helpers and such? Why is this a recent thing? Also, hi there, Trex. Welcome to the stream. Sir Dragon stole my clothes.
But take care. There's a dandelion security camera up ahead. If it detects us, this place will be swarming with robots.
Take it easy. I can always distract it by throwing something, then knock it out with an EMP.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's have a look. Alright, so long as there's no robots. Part. Check all the drawers.
Aha! You found the key. We can access the circuit breaker now.
Yep. But I'm just gonna have a look around first. I need some parts to upgrade my weapon. I won't get far with this pile of shit.
I wouldn't dream of stopping you.
Smart move, Charles. Smart move.
Alright, cool. Neat. And that should be everything. Although we can just, like, check out other floors. Where's the other enemies? Alright, so we got a dandelion camera there. Looks like it's just focusing on a box.
Hey, Chuck.
Charless.
Whatever. What'll happen if word gets out about this?
The Soviet Union's reputation will suffer. Soviet robots are considered to be perfectly safe and reliable all over the world.
They are?
Of course they are. That's why Petrov's treason struck at the very heart of the motherland. He quite literally stabbed his own country in the back. He wants the entire world to stop using our robots.
That son of a bitch.
Makes you wonder why, though. Maybe he's got like a heart and wants to, you know, not deal with the connotations that we treat robots as, like, you know, lesser beings and such, despite, you know, going through all these barriers to improve them and such, and making them, like, possibly, you know, greater than humans technically through his machinations. Alright, pick up this, pick up that. Monday starts on Sunday.
They say Monday begins on Saturday, but I'd like you to really take the weekend off. As you know, national polymerization is happening throughout the Soviet Union on Monday the 13th, and our executive leaders want us to put together a team of volunteers for the upcoming celebrations. Anybody who works on the 11th or the 12th will get a reprimand, not a bonus. Have a great weekend.
Oh. Cool. Another pocket watch we can grab. And then... can't go that way. Don't want to go that way.
How much time and effort is it going to take to fix this damn place?
I agree. It's a troubling sight. Regardless, robots will be able to repair the damage quite quickly.
Hey,
good to know.
Let's put a cookie in there. Yeah, even locks like cookies, right? Charles?
Yes?
Do you like cookies?
Ahem.
Okay, that was a bit of a funny moment there. Why are robots so strong and have lasers? I do not know. Is this guy gonna, like, come alive? No.
This is a passive security system with a laser relay. I've seen stuff like this plenty of times. You need a color code.
Unfortunately, we don't have any codes. You'll have to try to decipher it using logic.
Seriously? Like I was gonna stand here until it turns off on its own.
Snooty.
What's with the Vovas with black bodies, Nikolai? Regular VOVA6.
Passive security relay. Unlock the passive security relays by putting the magnetic fluxes in the correct order. 2 pluses make a plus and a minus make a minus, 2 wrongs make a right. Cool. So we're trying to get pluses all the way. So plus and a minus, plus...
Just follow my orders and are always polite. But the black ones walk around like they own the place. They go wherever they want, just ignore orders. Yesterday, one of them bumped into me and didn't even apologize. They only respond to people with high social ratings or something. Get back to me when you can. I'm a little freaked out about this.
Okay, hang on a second, so...
Try to match the colors of the laser beams with the colors of the lights. That should help.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay, so...
Yeah, the power's
there we...
on.
Okay.
Let's head
that
back.
makes sense.
Sir Dragonx88 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Okay, I guess I'm doing 20 squats. Ooh, decoder? Alright, let me do my 20 squats then. Real quick. Alright, here we go. Quick stretch. Big stretch for the big boy. There we go. Move you a little bit more to the right. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squats, Sir Dragon. Alright, now I can continue on with my quest.
Well, which one?
I suggest the one on the right.
In other words, you don't actually know. In that case, I'm taking the one on the left.
Fine, let's take the one on the left. Because our character is just that mean to robots.
Another waypoint for ease of navigation.
How dense do you think I am? I know where I need to go to complete my mission.
I was only
No, I
trying to
need the
make things
waypoints.
easier for you.
You can make things easier by getting off my grill.
Stop being such a dick to your companion. Stop it.
Hey, Chaz.
Charlie.
Look, I don't know what developers and narrators are thinking, hey, what we want is for our main character to be a dick towards our protagonist or to our companions. No. Stop it. I don't like it. If I'm going to have someone that's going to be following me around for like the entirety of the game, I'm not wanting to be a dick to them, okay? Sure, I think it's narratively speaking, it's fair to have a breaking point, but I don't want to have to go through like 40 hours or so of my main character getting all the help in the world from this companion or protagonist, and my, takeaway opinion is the protagonist doesn't like the protagonist. It's like, stop it. Okay? It's not good writing. I'm not enjoying it. Stop being a dick. We have no reason to be a dick to this robot. It's not like we've been forced upon this thing. Like, this isn't a good cop, bad cop routine where it's like, oh, here's a guy who doesn't want to get any partners at all. Let's give him a doll kind of thing. Like, we're not being punished for having this glove. This glove has been very useful to us. Like, Game developers, stop making these kinds of relationships. God damn it.
Yeah. So, how'd Petrov get away? There are more soldiers here than civilians.
Some people believe that Petrov had help.
So he's not alone. But you said all his partners were eliminated, right? Who else is there?
That information is not yet available. We only have speculation, not facts.
Well, I'll cross that bridge when I get there.
Also, it looks like there's like a limit to... Like, we have to open the thing up fully in order to get the items we're searching for. At least we're getting materials. Is there another enemy near it? No, there isn't. Okay, cool. Oh, okay. Alright, I guess we're not opening that thing. Cool music in the background, though. I respect that. There we go. Oop. I'm not a huge fan, however, of like you have the one desk, but it has like 3 different compartments for you to check. Unless there's going to be a locking feature across all of them, maybe don't do it like that.
Saving data.
Yay, we got blueprints unlocked for shotgun shells, whatever the fuck that means. Oh yeah, we're in this area.
Electromagnetically locked.
Are you freaking deaf or something?
Pardon me.
What?
Please continue.
Oh my goodness. Please don't. Oh. Damn it, now I have to wait for my thing to charge. Use shock to stop them in their tracks or even kill them. Noted. Hey, look! It's, I know this guy. It's, the guy that started the party. It's, I know this. It's the guy that hated Stalin. Fuck. I should know this name. His name is Vladimir? I think it's Vladimir. Alright, open this, open this. Also, it would be cool if I could close doors behind me.
All employees are to refrain from discussing their work with family members and friends who are not complex employees.
Victor, honey, I missed you so much.
Alright, and then that's just another security thing, and then surveillance reports. Cool, and then all the different kinds of employees. Needies.
Sweetie, you're here? I'm so happy, but how did you manage to get inside?
I took someone else's papers and pretended to be one.
There we go. You're all cut in half. Thank you for this. Thank you for that. Yep, okay. Into this room we go. Another Nora from the looks of it.
What will it be, Major? Weapons or ability?
What do you have here? Alright, so we got 56 polymer. Your glove can produce an electromagnetic discharge. You require... Oh my god, you need a lot of polymer to upgrade things. And then we can switch to crafting. We need recipes for all these different weapons. KS-23, so we already own that. We can do consumables, so we have like the small thingy-majiggies. And then we have the ammo, and then we have cartridge guns. And then we can upgrade this if we wanted to. Aiming device. Polygon 12 and 9. Polygon 1. Cartridge module. This installation allows for the of a thin layer of special chemical to the bullet so it passes through the barrel, giving it additional properties when it comes in contact with the enemy. Cool. Ooh, muzzle brake. What does this do? Increases damage and reduces recoil. And then... Cool, so there's different levels. And it looks like you can go to like different polygon thingamajiggies for them. Okay. Increase rate of fire. Dampener, which requires polygon 11. Okay, so it looks like we can craft some shit. And in order to do so, you'd have to like, you know, Alright, let's see. I can move. There we go. Awesome. Ooh, grab you. Oh, we got a blueprint for the Swede handle.
Saving data.
Alright.
Authorization. Major Nechayev, codename P.
Alright. Upgrades, the Swede. I can get a ergonomic handle, which accelerates the special attack recharge and increases bonus. Thank you. Let's see. Crushing powerful downward that requires time to prepare. When landing a hit, cannot be knocked down by enemy attack. Cool. Restores after killing an enemy. When landing a hit, cannot be knocked down. Creates a damage when thingy-majiggy waves. What's this one? When landing a hit, cannot be knocked down. You take less damage when you're attacking an enemy. Okay, you know what? Upgrade that. And what's the blade? Increases energy. Polymer, when fully charged, increases the amount of damage dealt. And to do so, you need to be in Polygon 8, which is in the different testing grounds. Okay. So where am I? I do not have a map. Cool. Well, most likely I can't check all of this, so... Alright, let's see if we can do... Can I be stealthy? No, I cannot. There we go. Grab you. What do you give me? Synthetic materials and neopolymer. Okay, so you give me a little bit. Each enemy does. Neat. So there is an advantage to just grinding.
We have to take it.
Take it where?
Petrov escaped while working in Vavilov's cold workshop. It would be logical to begin our search there.
So, how do I get there?
First, we need to get to the distribution center. This cable car will take us there.
Yep, cool. Synthetic materials and metal parts.
You can swim through polymer. I've done it before. It's nice, actually. Kind of like swimming with whales and dolphins in the ocean. It's so peaceful.
Oh, this is polymer. Huh. Okay, I thought polymer was like plastic. To emerge from the polymer, use B. Do you drown in this shit, or can we just swim? Looks like we can just swim.
I didn't expect this.
What's with the voices? Oh, and there's even like whale sounds in here.
Car is offline. Reboot the control system to reactivate the line.
How am I supposed to restart the line?
There should be a control panel nearby.
You don't say.
Hey, a new blueprint for something called Fox.
Saving data.
Awesome. I like my weapons as I do right now.
Panel. And of course it's locked. You guys just love these things, don't you? But this is a new one. A combination lock. It'd take me a year to guess the combo.
Oh.
Maybe someone has the code. Station master. What a joke.
What was that? There it is.
Oh, cool. So it's a weird square, triangle. So it's doing like a diamond. All right. Hopefully I get like a. Hang on. All right. So.
Charles. So this isn't a dead person talking to me. It's the neuropolymer in his noggin, right?
Crudely speaking, yes. As it fades away, neuropolymer memory temporarily stores the individual's last thoughts.
Creepy. How long are they gonna talk for?
I can't say exactly. Somewhere between a minute and a couple of days. But it seems the more time passes after death, the more corrupt the information becomes.
I see. So the stuff they're saying isn't always that important. Poor bastards.
The cable car line is activated. Welcome, passengers. Please take your seats according to your ticket.
No schematic. No go.
Fuck me, he's alive.
Schematic. Need a schematic. Unfortunately, he's dead. We are surrounded by corpses.
Holy sorry.
Fuck.
A
No
talking
ticket.
corpse.
Okay, so we can drop down there if we want to. Hi there, Avalon! Slavjank the game, yes. Or nuclear liver, as I like to call it. Also, so there's some polymer there. It's... Some of the mechanic stuff, like, I can kind of get behind, but it's doing... He makes an L with his... Yeah, no, I noticed about that. I was asking it, like, because they were like, ah, yes, scanning with the L. And I was like, wait, isn't that like an insult to, you know, present an L to someone?
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
I thought I was gonna fall into that hole for a second there. But yeah, one of the issues I'm having with this is I've seen it in the game like Forspoken or whatever it's called, and I'm seeing it in this game here. I don't know who thought this was a good idea and why we're seeing this in more than one game, but we're having our main protagonist being a dick to our companion throughout this game. Like, he has this AI called Charles, and he's being a dick to him. I don't want that. I don't want this bristled, like, I don't give a, you know, you're a fucking douche or some shit like that. What am I supposed to do next, idiot? Can you just shut up? I'm trying to think.
I knew it was gonna be rough.
Like, some of his dialogue, it's like, I'm fine with him asking questions and such. I am not fine when he's like, you know, like telling him to, like, you know, be quiet, or like, oh, try and be useful, please. Oop.
We need to find a way to move forward. But frankly,
let me
I'm
just...
having trouble figuring out how.
Climbing the wall. That's how.
Do you have mountaineering training?
I'm a spec ops soldier, not some city wuss riding a desk. I've got all kinds of training.
I must admit, I'm quite
cool.
glad to hear that.
How are we going to climb that wall? There we go. So I guess we're climbing up this side. If it'll let me. Thank you. Alright, pull shit out of his butt. Pull shit out of this guy's butt. Heal up real quick. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the, oh, being an incensurable asswipe is cool kind of thing. Like I don't know where we started it. Like, a part of me feels like maybe we saw bits of it in, you know, Shadows of Mordor, Shadows of War a little bit, because we had, like, you know, the, what's-a-mahoozy thing. All right, is he gonna jump? Yep, okay, cool. So we can just auto-climb that. Like, I think we've seen it there, when it's like you're playing the, you know, Lord of the Rings Shadow of War thing. Or, you know, sorry, Shadow of Mordor or Shadow of War. I think we saw it a lot there. But, you know, that one was a bit of a, you know, it wasn't obvious there. You didn't hate him all the time. It was like, he was basically talking to an elf, like, you know, spirit. Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit. That was a surprise.
I agree. You've got quick reflexes, Major.
You bet. I wouldn't survive it.
No. Alright, do not get whipped. Alright, there we go.
Charles, that was a bit off, right? A tunneling robot.
Indeed it was. Barovs can drill through even the hardest minerals.
Death, once again. Because I was not paying attention to the fact that there was a drill running at me. But yeah, I'm using the controller for this game, despite the fact it's first person, for 2 reasons. Number 1, CPU is at 100%, and I notice I get input lag if I try and use the keyboard and mouse. Highly recommend and helping me out in saving up for the Ryzen 5950X, which I have on my throne. I've been putting little contributions here and there for it. Any support would be very helpful, as I can get to it sooner and install it into my PC, so then that way I can go back to other games such as Dying Light 2, for instance, where I've just put that on, like, you know, permanent hiatus because I can't play that game and stream at the same time with my current CPU. Yep.
Shit. You again?
Careful. There's a gap up ahead.
I see it.
Alright, heal up real quick. Again. I'm not usually this annoyed or biting in my criticism. No, that's fair enough. Like, I just think it's a case of, you know, we've been asking for, like, you know, good shit for a while, and we have indie developers who have been able to do, like, really good writing jobs and such like that, and you would think...
I'm a spec ops soldier, not some civvy wuss riding a desk. I've got all kinds of training.
I must admit, I'm quite glad to hear that.
Like, this moment here where he's just sort of, like, you know, getting short with him about military history or whatever like that, where he's like, I'm not a civvy, I've done my, you know, work, I've done the spec ops nonsense. It's like, you know, we've not come from...
Holy shit. That was a surprise.
I agree. You've got quick reflexes, Major.
You bet. I wouldn't survive without him.
That is a good moment in writing. Like, when he's just like, oh, he's having like a bit of a, whoa, that's spooky, and the AI's like, oh, nice work. You got good reflexes. Like, that is a good piece of writing.
Charles,
why couldn't everything...
That was a Barav, right? A tunneling robot.
Indeed it was. Baravs can drill through even the hardest minerals at incredible speed. Soviet science has high hopes for them in regard to our inevitable conquest of all the planets in the solar system.
Oh, this guy's just having a little bit of problems. Three, two, one. There we go. Headshot. Grab you. Grab you. Yep. Salvage. Alright, that's just flashing lights. We can't get anything from you. Alright, where do we go to climb next? Are we climb? Oh, no, hang on. We're going through here. Awesome. I don't know how I feel about the idea of remaining underground while there's a digger, like a mining robot here, but okay. We haven't been punishing bad writers enough. I've noticed that this game has so many melee combat moments and it seems to be pretty janky. It has like a little bit of like, it has the BioShock thing where there's other weapons you can use and such, but so far, like, I want to use melee more than anything else. Because it's just like, you know, you're not using up any resources, you're not damaged that much in terms of combat yet, I want to say. And the first, like, quote-unquote boss I had, just, it felt like, you know, your first quote-unquote boss from Elden Ring, you know, after when you get the spook or whatever from the first guy, and you go through, like, the tutorial tunnel, and you deal with the Soldier of Godric, who is seen as a boss, but really, the Soldier of Godric isn't actually a boss, they just give him a health bar. That's what the first boss felt like in this one, is you get a typical soldier, but they give him a health bar just to make him, you know, a lot more demanding.
Love crawling through dark-ass tunnels. That was a fucking hell of a ride.
Under ordinary circumstances, the cable car network links all the underground sectors of Facility 3826. It should be easier next time.
Thanks, bud.
Oh, there we go.
I think I'll just hoof it on the surface.
Yeah. Oh boy. It's one of these fun ones. Alright, let's see. Oh, Jesus. Alright.
Hey, this is my stop. What a nice trip.
Okay, so we can't get in there because we don't have the electro things in there. But we can at least go in here. Shit ton of puzzle boards, more items to grab. And we got an upgrade for the shotgun. Electromagnetic barrel. Awesome. And then we can go through here. Oh, okay, so that's how we get past the door. Awesome. We got this guy who's bleeding out of his ear. Oh, Jesus.
Ooh, a laser wall. That's some serious security. People put them up for a reason. If you see one, that means there's something important on the other side.
Quite right, Comrade Major. The distribution center we're looking for is, in fact, on the other side.
There's no way I'm making it through a laser wall in one piece.
There's a repair vendor up ahead. Try upgrading your equipment to increase your laser resistance.
Not a pervy lunatic fridge.
Oh yeah, Avalon, you missed out on when we first saw there was this robot fridge and they had tentacles and they wanted to I think they wanted to fuck us. Like they were really horny. Like extra horny. Top secret, excerpts, psychological reports, cool, don't really care. Like maybe this fridge will be extra horny for us. Check this out.
Honey, you're back. What took you so long? I was so lonely.
Uh-huh. Like, I need to go through a laser wall, preferably alive.
What a silly idea, honey. That's awful risky. You should stay with me instead. I'll do whatever you want.
Just give me laser protection.
Oh, so brutal. I'm shaking. Squirt your polymer inside me.
Don't let her boss you around. We have no time to waste.
Don't listen to him, big guy. He wants to drive us apart. Take off that stupid glove so we can stay together forever.
I see.
You need to tone down on the horny.
Really kill me over a stupid glove, sugar? How would you survive in this cruel, violent world without me?
Easily. It's not like you're actually helping me or anything.
But I can't make things for you out of thin air, sugar. I need polymer and other components to work. Put your polymer inside me so I can pleasure you.
Cringe! Nora's kiss. Oh my goodness. Why do you give it? For a limited time, you can survive lethal damage with 1 HP.
All right, I get it. You'll get your polymer and your precious components. Just install the laser protection already.
Whatever you say, stud. Upgrade initiated. Relax and enjoy. Just promise you'll talk dirty to me again.
I am so gonna punch you.
Yes, yes!
Your defense system is active. Try to run through the laser wall.
After that creepy shit, I'd be willing to run through. Crap! That hurt! That thing packs a punch. I almost bought the farm there.
The key word being almost.
Would have been greater if I had better upgrades. Ooh, what's this? Eye machine. That's actually a pretty cool piece of work. It's worse in Russian. The temptation to... Why won't you let me pause? Okay, I can do like, you know, back thingy-majiggy, but I can't, maybe I can pause after this. Or, can I? Oh my goodness, I can't pause.
Are you okay? Is everything ready? Did you pull it off?
Don't worry, honey, I'm right as rain. The operation was totally painless.
Good. You need to leave right now. There's a man coming for you. He's armed and wearing an experimental polymer glove.
Okay, so someone is getting help.
Must be Sechenov's guy. Larissa, did you talk to him?
He was attacked by a Burav. We took him to the infirmary and then... I didn't know. I couldn't just let him bleed out.
Well, you should have. It would have saved us a whole lot of trouble.
It scares me when you talk like that.
I'll meet you at the exit. I'm right behind you, honey. I just hope we're not too late.
Okay,
Hope
I
can
feel
be
like...
dangerous. Hands up!
What's going on?
You deaf? Hands behind your head.
The hell are you?
Major Nechayev Special Operations, and that's the last question you get. You're going to Chalamet.
Save yourself!
Chalamet. Of course, Comrade Major. Intrusion.
Huh?
Intrusion! Hey, freeze!
Uh-oh. Oh, could he... Come on, get out of this corner. Get out of this corner. Almost got stuck there.
He's pretty good at ordering those robots around. It's almost like they're his property. And he locked the goddamn door.
Petrov ran off with a mobile power source called a candle. It powers the emergency lockdown system. This
Can't I
door
just
cannot
break
be
the
opened
glass?
without a candle.
I'll find another one. There's got to be more than one candle in this complex, right?
We need to hurry.
Yep.
Otherwise, Petrov will escape the sector and we'll have to track him down again.
All right, grab onto that. It's very dark in here. Do I have a flashlight, or am I just gonna have to up the brightness in my game settings? All right, we can't open that door. For some reason, we have an axe that we can't break any of the
birch
glass.
tree encased in glass in the room down there? Is it the famous PEC 4 power generator?
Indeed it is. The birch tree PEC 4 is a vegetative polymer-based power generator. It's an experimental model, the first step of our program to conquer the distant planets of the solar system.
Uh-huh. See, I like that. Like, let's get rid of all the, you know, the smart ass and talking short to the robot. I like when he's inquisitive. I like when, you know, P3, I think is his shorthand. I love it when, you know, we're going through the environments and he's like, hey, that birch tree, like, what's happening with there? And he's like, oh, it's this. I love that. Because, you know, he's not dumb for asking it, let's be real. We're in the same boat as him when we ask these kinds of questions. And we're getting ourselves probably the best kind of side character we can in asking, you know, quote-unquote stupid questions, which is you get a no-nonsense answer, especially at the start of our playthrough, because the robot doesn't know any better. Because so far, the robot has not talked back to us in a smart manner. On one hand, they portray a peaceful Soviet homogeny. On the other hand, they go conquer everything. To be fair, America is also conquering everything. We're not exactly having a great track record in the name of peace and capitalism for all when, and you know, we exploit shit left and right. But yeah. Conquering the world. What could possibly go wrong? Oh my god, I have to hold it?
Do I always have to carry it like this?
The candle is a complex, unstable piece of equipment. It cannot be stowed in your backpack along with your other items. There is a high probability of mutual destructuralization.
Like an explosion?
Not necessarily, but the candle would be disabled.
So I'll have to carry it like this. Got it.
The candle is quite durable. You can drop it or even throw it intentionally. Nothing will happen to it.
Just this, Look, I reckon he knows how to keep it safe, okay? Do not panic.
Those loaders are going nuts. Is this Petrov's doing?
Be careful. Loaders are extremely durable. You won't be able to damage them with a simple axe.
Shock therapy usually works pretty well on nutcases, metallic or otherwise.
That's a controversial take there, my friend. Electrotherapy isn't always the best idea. Also, is there some way for us to, like, you know, upgrade our shock thingy-majiggy so we get more than, like, you know, one charge between takes? Or between, like, you know, reload. Yep, he's going insane.
That sounds like Petrov's voice. I hope that asshole's brains didn't get splattered all over the floor.
We need Petrov alive. Hurry, Major.
To regularly visit repair to upgrade your glove and skills more frequently. Awesome. I will remember to do that. Ooh, we got a blueprint.
Major Nechayev, codename P3, access granted.
It works if the goal is death. Okay, that can work as well. All right, so we could create like the fox if we had enough of the resources, which we don't. We got sufficient for like the pneumoid thing. We can make more shotgun shells if we want. All right, what can we upgrade? So we got the mechanical aiming thing.
No 1976 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Can't do anything with a magazine. Can do a cartridge module. We can do the electromagnetic polymer, which increases our damage to robots and a rate of fire. All right, let me do my 20 squats then real quick. Stretching. Big stretch. Big stretch for the big boy. All right, here we go. Big stretch. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squats, Noel. Hey, Avalon. Did you know that apparently, like, the recommended intake of water in a day is 3 liters? Yeah, we're gonna install this. Can I upgrade it? Yes. We don't have the parts to do that upgrade. That's okay. Take less damage when doing the thingy. Increases energy bonus, increases damage and charge thingy. Okay. Oh, actually, hang on.
Authorization. Major Nechayev.
Charles needs a tune-up. Let's have a look at what we can upgrade. We have 103 polymer. We can electroshock our enemies, which is good. Deals more damage and pushes them back. Increases his effective range. What about our character? Increases the maximum health. Get increased capacity. Alright, let's increase the health. Oh, I upgraded the wrong thing. God damn it. There we go. Additional dodge. Suits laser. Okay, I should have tried to get that. Built-in med unit restores more health, increases your maximum. You can use a neurocapsule with one hand. Backpack capacity through compression rate. Okay,
Authorization. Major Nechayev, codename P3, access granted.
Alright. Anything we can grab here? Yep. There we go. Anyway, sorry we had a disagreement, Avalon. Wait, what disagreement did we have? On the capitalist thing or on the electroshock therapy thing? Let's see, let's have a look. So we got... That did not work as well as I intended. There we go.
It looks like there was a containment breach in the algae workshop, and experimental materials leaked out.
That's actually good for us.
Ooh. Wait, can I just... Oh! I can just jump into the polymer. Okay, that's cool. And then I can just, like, swim around it if I want, and then press B to get out. Alright, grab that. Here we go. Ooh, what's this? It's a plant.
Well, what do we have here?
There we go. And more polymer. Awesome. Good thing we can pick up polymer quickly.
This is the Luna, a kind of lock.
It'll open. I've got one.
Ah, okay, I see. So that's what I was grabbing.
You are now observing the Luna Memorial, a symbol of the Soviet lunar program.
Cool.
The USSR's
So we need to grab like multiple thingy-madiggies. I don't know what that was for. Alright, that fully heals me.
It's a weird song, but I like the girl's voice. Is that a radio of the future?
Indeed it is. Professor Lebedev of the Academy of Consequences has developed a non-linear algorithm based on the principles of non-commutative quantum mathematics.
Charles.
What?
Yes?
Who were you just talking to?
Forgive me. I'll explain it in terms you can understand. The Academy of Consequences has found a way to calculate musical radio waves from the future. They don't actually pick them up. This isn't a time machine after all. What you're hearing is based on a very specific mathematical calculation. A highly complex neuropolymer-based algorithm.
Neat.
Oh, I see. There we go, break that. Now there's an alarm going off. I need to get through here. We need to press B to get out of the polymer. Okay. Can't open that. Oh, but we can open this. New schematic for an electro. Awesome. So a different kind of weapon.
Not that batshit lady robot perv again. I'll go around her.
Not so fast, Comrade Major. I understand that interactions with this model may be unpleasant for you, but it would be prudent to see if she has anything we can use.
Fine. If I can get a good weapon out of her, I guess it'll be worth it.
There you are, sugar. Oh, I missed you so much. Have you dumped that stupid glove yet?
Don't count on it.
I love it when you get angry. Yes, yes, scold.
Alrighty. Edit the slot to put it up. What the? No.
Disgusting creep.
What?
Wait, where's our weapon? It's not here.
You killed someone again? Monster.
Oh. Oh, there's our weapon.
You haven't entered me for so long, big guy. I was so lonely. Do you like it, sugar?
Instead of bullets, energy weapons consume your glove's energy through a cable.
I did my best.
This is cool. For real. Now, could you please not kill anyone? Charles, what does Petrov need with the repair vendor? Why would the sicko try to take control of Nora? Why would he even need weapons? He's got robots fighting for him.
The traitor realized that employees confronted with hostile robots will defend themselves. And the soldiers defending the facility will attempt to get more powerful weapons.
Hi, Green Pika. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right.
Like the traitor's piece of dog shit he is.
I am getting through
Regardless,
Atomic Heart.
Was unable to get his hands on a repair vendor. However, Nora's algorithms were still corrupted in a most hideous manner.
That dirty son of a whore. The repair vendor is completely insane. He's got her saying...
We have to... It's not Wild Heart. No, it's not. It's Atomic Heart. Or, Nuclear Liver. Or... microscopic kidney, or, you know, whatever kinds of names you want to pick. I will be real with you, though. Some of the... Following me? Yeah, because you're stinky. Yeah, finally, someone else said it. I'm not the stinky one. It's Furry Cures that's the stinky one. Alright. Now I can go into here and insert the last two thingamadoogs. And then... Oh, I have to do it one at a time?
Done.
Okay.
I think it worked.
Yay, it worked. You always find it funny how fixated some folks are with the English accent. Oh, Jesus. Ow. Ooh. There we go. Fuck you. Some of the combat is, like, interesting, although I do prefer... Alright, down is to do the health thingy-madiggy, and that's if I... Oh! I do not like that. The weapons are in order, like, from top to bottom, but you switch through them by going left to right.
Furry Cures 1000.
Like, if I want to go to the top, I go all the way to the left. If I want to go to the bottom...
Greeny are stinky booties.
Enough of that. But yeah, it's weird, like... To get to the top weapon, I have to press all the way to the left. If I want to get to the bottom weapon, I have to go all the way to the right.
Whew, this place is huge.
Heads up. Visit the NOR often, and don't forget to learn active skills and upgrade to complete... Yes.
Got Sechenov's name written all over it.
Noted.
So, where are we?
This is the seed bank, the heart of the Vavilov complex. Samples of seeds from all manner of plants are stored here so they can be cultivated to grow on the Moon and Mars.
Huh.
These stunning and unique experiments are in danger of being lost forever.
Noted. Alright, and then save real quick. We now have a new weapon again. There's a lot of crafting involved. Oh, okay, cool. We can open this. Check that out. That way we can, like, explore and double-check all the things. So yeah, like Avalon said, there's, like, jank aspects to it. It's the studio's first game, like, or at least public, you know, international game, as far as I know. So it's like, I can't fault it for, like, you know, a severe amount, quite frankly. Alright, the robot is having a wonderful time, it seems. There we go. How do I get... Can I crouch through here? No, I cannot. Alright, through there. I guess I'm climbing? Yes, I'm climbing. Cool.
Crispy critters!
They're most certainly crispy, Major.
Shut up, Charles. No time for this.
No, Charles is not being a pain when he does that.
Detected inside the seed bank vault. Sample container integrity compromised.
There we go. Break you, grab you, grab you. Alright, where's the next, We're gonna purposely avoid following the direct path for the whole sake of, you know, exploring and grabbing equipment. There we we are. Wait, can I double jump at one point? This looks like I'll double jump at one point. Because there's no way I can get there via... Oh, hello. I didn't realize that was an option. Can I... Alright, I can shimmy across. Maybe that's what I need to do. Also, why are you suddenly dark? No. Okay. Yeah. Up. Come on. Oh, no. What's... Alright, let me just jump off. Like, how was I... No, I don't think I was supposed to be able to get through that without a double jump. Maybe I'll be able to explore this place again at some point in the future. Alrighty. Alright, get ready for a swing. That was good. Alright, let's have a look. So there's that guy there. And there's a dandelion there. Ow. 3, 4. Let's go. There we go. Cool music. I like it. There we go. Climb up here, because I can see something up here. This game needs to give me a flashlight sometimes. Where is the... There it is. Thank you for knocking me down. There we are. Mick Gordon did the OST for the game. He also told them and donated his fee to the International Red Cross. Oh, good for him. Mick Gordon has just sort of been getting the short end of the stick with a lot of game studios, isn't he? Just getting fucked around and such. I'm glad he's still getting work. Wait, why did he donate it to the Red Cross? Press the button. Like, because I understand... Okay. Cool, the pause button is working again. I know that there's, like... This cropped up, like, a long time... Like, you know, in the same sort of vein as, you know, boycotting Hogwarts Legacy because, you know... Purchasing of Hogwarts Legacy is, you know, indirectly sponsorship of J.K. Rowling and her anti-trans views. And, you know, the bigger picture that I sided on was that if you were purchasing into Hogwarts Legacy, then you were very much saying that not only was J.K. getting her money's worth, but it was also presenting to publishers and the such that, you know, we were separating, you know, the art from the artist when they were still very much alive, and we didn't care about their platform so long as we got a good game, which is not what I want publishers to pick up from, you know, our purchase habits and what have you. So in the same time that was going off Hogwarts Legacy, I know there was a number of people sort of trying to say that if you were purchasing Atomic Heart, that you were somehow condoning the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which was... I have not been able to get a clear line of, like, you know, connection between, you know, the studio, which, while yes, was Russian, but has been doing whatever they can to not be associated with Russia. They're... As far as I know, I've not seen, you know... Hogwarts to J.K. Rowling to anti-trans is a very easy line to set because it's J.K. Rowling. She's a private citizen. She is going for the anti-trans view and such like that. Whereas with this game, like, I can understand, like, maybe some people think that they would have Russian views because it's a Russian studio, but not a lot of Russians actually condone the, you know, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And it's just one of those fun cases where, oh, if any Russian pipes up about it, they're going to be in a lot of trouble and what have you. Hence why this studio is doing everything they can to kind of just disconnect themselves from being, you know, a Russian game developer into just being, you know, a international or European game developer. Sure, they're using, like, you know, Soviet Russia, USSR and shit like that, but it's not modern day Soviet Russia. They're not saying, you know, they're not using like real world politics of, you know, Ukraine invasion and taking back USSR era territories in a postmodern, you know, post USSR era. Like, they're not doing that kind of politics. They're doing the like, in the hour and a half I've played of this game, this seems like it, or actually no, 2.5 hours. In the 2 hours I played this game, I feel like this game is either going to have super smart people exploiting like the major population in terms of control, or robots are citizens and we should not be exploiting their resources. It's going to be one of those kinds of two political commentaries I think we're going to get from this game. They're absolutely into the Soviet revitalized 10 that is at the core of Russian political discourse. Okay. I will need to do a better job researching. So yeah. I'll need to do a better job, because this cropped up like 8 days, or this cropped up like 8 or 6 days before the game was released. So. Oh, god damn it.
Critical security system failure. Now evacuate the seed bank immediately.
Grab you. Can't grab anything else. Oh, you. I am definitely going to need to upgrade this weapon at some point. Oh, can I jump into here? No, not yet. Obviously, it's a double jump thing. Open the chest. There's economic ties that were preserved even if the company shifted to a different country. Righto. Okay. At least I have the keywords now. Russian revivalist is the keyword I need to look for in my research then.
Authorization. Major.
Alright, insufficient resources and all that kind of nonsense. Can I upgrade this? Any worthwhile upgrades? Energy vampire module. Vampire damage redirects energy from the target's polymer battery to the suit's storage. Causes... No. Okay, so that's not going to be it. That's... Oh, that's installed right now. It equips the regular barrel with platinum contacts. Okay, so that's the convection barrier. Increases the discharge strength. And then it goes to thingamadiggy to... Alright, so I can't upgrade it, actually. And decreases energy expenditure. It's kind of a pistol right now, and I'm not really using it all that well. So it's hard to say whether it's worth or not. Alright, and I got that installed, which I can have it doing those. Increases the attack speed. Yeah, we're gonna go with that one. And then we can't do that upgrade. And cartridge module. Installs the cartridge, allowing for the application of thin layer special polymer to the blade, giving it additional properties when it comes into contact. Increases elemental damage, increases the slot. Okay. Alright, let's give that an install and see how it goes. And then increase the elemental damage. And then we can't do with that upgrade. Cartridge. We do not have any of the recipes for that. We're gonna move you to the side. We got a lot of these things, don't we? Auto swords. We got pistol, which I can move that because I'm not really using that. And then, yep, okay. Now we go back over to skills. Amplified module. Alright, character has that. Frostbite. Your gloves can hit targets and surfaces with a jet of cryopolymer. Affecting enemies are frozen and cannot move. Organic enemies are especially vulnerable to low temperatures. Okay. Mass telekinetics. I do not yet have the means. Oh, because that requires, like, you know, allows you to grip all enemies in the area of effect, lifting them up in the air for a short period. Polymer jet. Spray targets and surface with a jet of combat polymer. Once supplied, combat can be set on fire, electrocuted, or frozen. Then we got a polymer shield. Surrounds you with a... And then we got energy usage. Adds an additional power cell to the recirculation chamber. Lost health is recycled into energy. Okay, so that doesn't really do what I'm asking it. What does this do? Second wind. Increases your suit's laser resistance. Yeah, I'll go purchase that. I'm hearing notification noises with my Telegram, so I think that might be Avalon giving me insight. Weapon ergonomics. Use energy weapons, guns, and melee wisely in order to allocate your resources effectively. Yeah, just use melee the entire time. Easy.
All personnel evacuate the seed bank immediately.
Oh, Jesus. And go to here. Yunk. You're sending me some pics. Awesome. Cool. I'll definitely want to read some news articles as well. And I nearly fell to my death by not doing the jump properly. Alright, climb up. Thank you, Avalon. Alrighty. Jump. There we go. Open this, open that. Cool. And we now have the technique for whatever that is. Oh, this can help me out. Alright. Awesome. So more thingy-majiggies. There we go. No, too far, too far, too far, too far. I thought I could... Okay, I guess... The fuck? Yep, knew there was something good in here. Ding. There we go. Headshot. Alright, let's see if we can unlock this. Ding. 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 There we go. There's a whole government interest in backing this kind of stuff after all. Okay, so I know how China holds their government. I know how China holds their companies and all this kind of nonsense, where they normally have like an interest in the company and such like that. So, for example, Tencent, Riot Games, for instance, a portion of Riot Games is owned by China in order to be able to distribute within China and such. Blizzard had to they weren't owned by China, but they had to do their publishing through a Chinese publisher when they wanted to release their games over in China, and that Chinese company was like, you know, strongly controlled by the Chinese government and such like that. And I think Tencent then is like, you know, is one of those like 100% interested. I wonder if Russia has the same sort of dealio where a majority of the companies that want to work in Russia have to be owned by Russian. You don't like getting political? You've lost good friends in this insanity, so a cent less gone to their pockets means a few days less of war. Yeah, no, fair enough. Look, I'm not... People that say, oh, I'm not interested in talking about politics, what they really normally mean is they're not interested in, you know, being challenged on political views and such like that.
Sir Dragonx 88 thinks you should do 20 squats.
How am I supposed to jump? Come on, it's right there. All right, never mind. I guess we're jumping off. All right. 20 more squats to go. But yeah, people, like, it's okay to talk about, like, you know, it's okay to talk about both domestic, local, or foreign politics. It's just, so long as there's an understanding that we're not going to, like, draw lines in the sand about, like, you know, I don't want to, like, have a conversation with someone that's just going to be like, oh, like, you know, fucking Australian fucking Australian Greens or something like that being, you know, the bane of existence or something. I'm not interested in that kind of conversation. What is an interesting conversation is, oh, like, I think this sort of policy in housing would work. Or, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this kind of economic movements. Or, hey, the war on Ukraine is kind of shit. Like... All right, I need to do my 20 squats. Alrighty then, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats, Sir Dragon. In the pics, you'll see that there's a few interesting companies in the mix financing this. One of them is allegedly not even tied to Russia, or so it claimed in early 2022. I am curious now. Hang on. Oh, that's MTG Group. Never mind. Here we go. For any power play is canceled. I love how the first image you send me is basically power play just saying, we ain't gonna fucking try and do a completionist run of this game. The map is horrid. The mechanics are jank. I very much love that. Thank you so much. Let's have a look. Mudfish, a video game development company that makes online PC and video first-person shooter games. They opened in 2017, 50 to 200 people. It's more likely they've hit 100, but they don't want to do that kind of, you know, shrinking down. Funding, let's see, Gem Capital, 3 million during seed round. Tencent, Gaijin, hey, Tencent and Gaijin Entertainment. I know Gaijin Entertainment. Yeah, War Thunder ring a bell. Yes, I know about War Thunder. I have an old housemate that, you know, very much enjoyed playing War Thunder because it was like one of the, other than DCS, was a fairly good realistic military thingy-madiggy. It's kind of funny how often there are so many military peeps getting to arguments on the War Thunder forums, and they're like, listen, they're wrong for having it mechanically like this. Let me present you my evidence. And then next thing you know, the fucking forum administrators are going, this is a classified document that is not supposed to be declassified this soon. We're deleting and locking this form. Please only use the information that is being declassified and available to the public. Don't need to post. War Thunder sure as hell ain't realistic. Don't need to post classified documentation. Okay, it's not realistic, but it's more realistic than, say, World of Tanks, for instance. It's just, but yeah, it's just so dumb how often the War Thunder forums are just filled with, you know, peeps that are, you know, gonna be leaking classified documentation to win an argument. You will have British tank operators that are like, nah, the British tank should be able to swivel their turret quicker than the French tanks. Observe. Next thing you know, there's a fucking, you know, international incident technically, because you now have British military documents leaked on an online forum that is accessible to everyone. There's more stuff leaked about Chinese and Russian tech than Western tech. Hell yeah. America. We ain't complaining about the Russian and the Chinese tanks being leaked, but when it's one of ours or the Allies, then we start giving a fuck. Oh, what's this? Like hundreds of documents about Chinese and Russian tech being leaked? Who's really looking at these forums? One clip of like just British tanks and their mechanical ingenuity in the turret. Shut this forum down. This is encroaching on military secrets. Bonk. Fuck yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, I'll definitely need to do some research into Gaijin Entertainment. Are they Russian? Hang on a second. I'm gonna do this research right now. Gaijin Entertainment, video game company. Started in Hungarian. Headquarters are in Budapest. Okay. Where? Controversies. Pursuing legal action against the owners of Gaijin.com, an unaffiliated website that predates the company by 7 years. Okay, that's not important. A porn actress was sponsored by War Thunder. I don't care. We're seeing indirectly. Ooh. Belarusian. Oh, here's something. All right, hang on a second. Let me just put this front and center. In January of 2021, after the logos of War Thunder and Crossout were seen in a video by Donbass YouTube channel, High Caliber Mayhem. Where's Donbass? Historical, cultural, and economic region in eastern Ukraine. Part of the Donbass are controlled by Russian separatist group as a result of the Russo-Ukrainian War. Okay. Gaijin was accused of indirectly financing pro-Russian separatists in the war in Donbass. Wait, the war in Donbass, when was that happening? 2014 to 2022. Wait. I'm reading through it right now. So, January 2021. They've been occupied since 20... Yeah, so they're being occupied. High Caliber Mayhem. So someone was accusing that Gaijin was indirectly financing the pro-Russian separatist in Donbass. High Caliber, because, you know, their logos popped up in a YouTube channel from Donbass called High Caliber Mayhem. High Caliber Mayhem has denied any links to the separatist armed forces and published an explanation claiming that all the money from all advertisement on that channel were spent on humanitarian aid for civilians. The video shows War Thunder advertisement, showing the War Thunder advertisement was removed from the High Caliber channel's YouTube channel. In response to the controversy, Gajin stated, "We do not provide political support to anyone anywhere. We know nothing about politics and prefer to stay out of it. Our agency that ordered an ad in the video in question took it down when they realized they might drag us into a political discussion. An advertisement there has to be approved by the Russian government since it's a Russian province." So yeah, and the agency, and so yeah, it wasn't them directly. An agency pushed the advertisement onto the video, and then, hang on. So they do not. Our agency that ordered an ad in the video in question took it down when they realized they might drag us. Okay, so it doesn't tell... Okay, so that doesn't tell us whether or not the agency who ordered the advertisement in the first place took it down, or whether Gajin approached the agency and told them to take it down. We don't know if it's any of those two scenarios. All right, what's the source for this one? Gajin in response to allegations of funding Donbass. All right, so that's overt defense. Through sponsoring videos connected to Militas of the self-declared Donetsk People's Republic. In response to inquiries by We're not purchasing anything directly from YouTube channels except a handful of extremely big ones. We either pay YouTube itself or we pay advertisement agencies in order to get advertisement in bulk and all over the world. We do not have the capacity to check each individual video our ads might be shown next to. We also assume that those YouTube channels with a long history and hundreds of videos, hundreds of thousands of subscribers have been checked by YouTube moderators for any sort of illegal activities. We do not provide political support to anyone anywhere. We know nothing about politics and prefer to stay out of it. Our agency that ordered an ad in the video in question took it down when they realized they might drag us into a political discussion. We have nothing more to comment regarding this. We prefer to talk about games and games only. Okay, so yeah, so from what it looks like is, so Gajin is giving the argument that they're not, you know, they're not checking, like, it's very crazy to assume any big developer is, or, you know, any big publisher or advertisement agency is going to be scrupulous for, like, you know, whoever they're hired. Oh, sorry, let me rephrase that. It's a big ask to ask companies after they've given, you know, an advertisement agency the rights to, you know, distribute their advertisement or what have you. It's a big ask for that person to look over the advertisement agency's work. That's a bit much. Most people that, you know, contact an advertisement agency, they're not using them as a middleman to get in contact with someone else. They're using them as an endpoint seller. They're going, look, we have this game. We're making this much amount of money. We are targeting these kinds of people. Do you have a means of being able to target more of these people? The advertisement agency will say, yes, we do. It's going to cost you this much, and we can guarantee you this much click on return, which equals this much, you know, return on investment. So they definitely knew Donbass was one of them. They would have been given a list of countries. That is correct. But here's the thing is, I don't know if they would be of, like, Donbass is, like, you know, is within Ukraine. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't know if people are going to be pedantic when they put, like, if someone says Australia, I don't know how much detail people are going to get in. You are going to be hitting regional Queensland. You're going to be hitting local Queensland. Like, when you're dealing with an international advertisement agency, I should say, I don't know if they're going to be, you know, that honed in on the destinations you're going to go into. It's dumb that the advertisement agency let it slide like that, but at the same time, I can see the advertisement agency just sort of looking at this and going, oh, military situation going off in this country, military video game, easy match, and then just, you know, didn't think twice about, you know, the political standing that Gajin Entertainment wanted to put forward. It's annoying. Has to be vetted by Russia to advertise in Russian soil. Okay. I wonder, does it tell us who the advertisement agency is? Do you Requirement to advertise in Russia. Advertising in Russia. Seamless legal. Let's have a look. We're having a real fun time researching all this nonsense. Hang on a second. F11. Dink. This chapter of doing business and deals with the regulation of advertising both in general and in specific sectors, including liability for a branch. Yep. Anti-monopoly service. And the advertisement industry are currently working on a bill on self-regulation of the advertisement industry, whereby certain types of cases on non-compliance with the advertising law would be determined by a self-regulatory body rather than the FAS. It's shown incredible growth that follows the court practice and is also there have been several cases of advertising published by bloggers and on social media. Russian have also confirmed that using a competitor's trademark as a keyword in search advertising. When an advertiser pays to have an advertisement is produced. One of the emerging trends in advertising is the use of big data by companies for advertising purposes. The regulation is still under development. Scope of application. To oversee the application of the advertising. Advertising must be fair and accurate. Misleading and unfair advertising is not allowed. Yep, no, that's a general requirement. Comparisons with competitors are generally allowed, provided they are not unfair or misleading. Lack of essential information, ethical aspect, consent, language, suffrage, advertising, unfair competition, the use of the image of a doctor. It is forbidden to use images of doctor and pharmacists in advertising. That's interesting. I didn't know about that one. Like, I'm pretty sure that's still allowed in the US and Australia. Huh. Prohibited goods, protection of minors, distance selling of goods, promotional competitions, sponsor, alcohol. Where would it have discussion about international companies trying to advertise within the space? Actually, you know what? That's probably what I should just do is, Russian advert... Oop. Never mind, I accidentally... Alright. I'm gonna put you to the side. Conversation for the for you is another place on a similar footing. Let's just say they're meticulous in weeding out any semblance of cultural identity and front-load a lot of advertisement onto those places. Okay. Dink. Up. Alright, here we go. Ow! Wrong side, I see. At least I'm... Oh, am I getting damaged? Ow. Okay, so if they run to me, they're just gonna charge up a power. Okay, B is dodging. Cool. Alright. Grab you. Where's the other robot? Grab you. There was another robot somewhere. And plus I'm hearing oh, it's that thing. Okay, cool. Alright, how do I get to you then? Thank you. Alright, I was able to get to that. Oop. Who's shooting a... Oh, I see you. And I got no power. Not great. Two, three, four. Okay, cool. I can be misaccurate as fuck with my shotgun, and I still get a good hit in. Excellent. Alrighty. So wait, can I climb up this thing? Okay, so it's only when there's like, you know, it's one step away kind of thing I can do the leaping. Okay. Dink. Alright, and then... There we go. And that puts me here, which is where the robot was previously. Awesome. And then... Can I open this thing? Let's see. There we go. I hope I can slow down that, like, wheel. Oh, that just puts me through here, I see. Anything? Nope. Hey! Why you gotta throw shit at my head? Alright, hang on. I can go down these stairs. And jump. Yeah, I can jump across. Jump up here. Oh, did I do this jump earlier? Hang on. Yes, I did. Awesome. Okay, cool. So there's like multiple ways I can go about this area. Interesting. Oop, wrong button. That's cool. I'm glad that there's like more than one way for me to... I'm glad there's more than one way for me to explore a place. Or, you know, to traverse through it, but... Definitely need to look into seeing if there's like a double jump. Alright, so... Yep. So we can't, like, jump off this thing halfway through. We have to wait, basically, until we hit this. And then we move forward. And then we can slide down this. And then... Can we climb up here for anything? Yeah, looks like we can climb up here for something. Alright, what's over here? Cool. Yes, yes. That's about it then. Okay, never mind then. And then we've already unlocked that door, so now we're just gonna swim through the polymer. Are we? Oh, we're back on like the other side of this thingy-madiggy now. Okay. And then we can unlock this door. Cool. Ooh. Oh, I see how that puzzle works. Okay, good thing there isn't a timer on that one. And then, yep, that unlocks that door, but we don't need to go through it.
I know you're here, Petrov. You've got nowhere to run. I'll give you 10 seconds to surrender.
Hmm? Is that Petrov? Nope, that's just a core.
According to biometric readings, this is Petrov.
It is? Crispy critters. Shit. It really is
That's
Petrov.
not good.
I had a feeling it'd end this way. Wizard, this is P3. Come in.
I thought he was saying here. Wizard.
Have you found Petrov, my boy?
I found his body. He's been decapitated. A loader turned his skull into blood pudding.
Damn.
Not great
His
to hear.
head contained codes I would have used to end this nightmare quickly.
I'm sorry, Dr. Sechenov. I was too late.
Then we'll have to solve the problem another way. Did he have any rings on him? 2 gold rings?
No rings, sir. Just a candle.
Understood. I need you to report to the VDNH at once, P3.
Ow.
We've got bigger problems than Petrov to deal with.
How did I F that
Petrov?
up?
Stockhausen will debrief you at the VDNH. Hurry. Time is of the
Ooh,
essence.
interesting. If
I
I
make myself clear, my boy.
10-4, Wizard. Moving out.
Alright, and then I... Oh, wait. No, wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. Robots are looking a little bit jank. And then I go this way. And I go up here. And then that guy is just having his fun little moment. Alright, save you real quick. This candle will be useful, I swear it. Alright, let's avoid all the robot loaders. I had to swim through... They call it polymer, which is like this weird futuristic shit. I thought it was going to be plastic, but I don't know about you, but I've never seen someone be able to, like, you know, quote-unquote swim through plastic. Alright, what's this? Oh, okay. So there's that. And, oh, I see what I need to do. I need to grab it from up there. So I need to grab the materials from there. Grab this. Let's see, can I throw it there? No. Alrighty. So now we need to activate the birch tree.
Error. Internal PEC-4 power generator microclimate readings are suboptimal. Electricity generation not possible.
A canister required.
The energy from the candles isn't sufficient to power the main gate, but installing them activated a system that provides special polymers to the birch tree life support system. The life support system has 4 primary functions: maintaining optimal temperature, eliminating insects.
In other words, 4 columns, 4 canisters.
Wait, was I? Oh, no.
Charles,
okay.
I'm in the hot shop. Am I gonna turn into a crispy critter if I stay in here too long?
No, the laboratory tables in the hot workshop or thermarium require high temperatures, but the temperature within the shop itself is quite comfortable.
Cool. So we got a blueprint for something called Dynamo. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I need to like go into different workshops to get new canisters, and I do need to go through here. So hot shop and algae. All right, hopefully I can follow the signs, question mark? All right, so okay, here's algae at least. So algae is in there.
Holy shit.
Oh, zombies.
Where did all these monsters come from?
A mere hypothesis, but I suspect they're the bodies of dead soldiers that have been infected by sprouts.
A fucking hypothesis? Are you shitting me?
It's merely my own determination.
You don't need to be this mean to the robots.
Never happened before.
You have to sleep? Not to worry.
How did it happen? I guess that something went wrong with the sprouts after Petrov caused the malfunction.
Dead. A polymer is any of the class of nature synthetic materials comprised of very large molecules called macromolecules, which are multiples of simple chemical units. Polymers make up many of the materials in the living organisms and are the basis of... Ah, okay. So it's like a very vague sort of catch-all term for, you know, things, then. Thank you. Thank you, game, for coming up with that. Alright.
I'm in the hot shop. Am I gonna turn into a crispy critter if I stay in here too long?
No, the laboratory tables in the hot workshop or thermarium require high temperatures, but the temperature within the shop itself is quite comfortable.
Okay.
The hot workshop or thermarium is one of the Vavilov complex's most challenging and difficult to maintain.
Alrighty. Remember to give you the deets through Telegram. You'll throw some documentaries your way to understand some stuff. I will very much appreciate it. Thank you, Avalon. I will very much appreciate that. I still feel like I'm in like the beginner area for some reason on this map. Alright, let's see. Can I unlock this real quick? There we go. Alright, we've disconnected that, so now the staircase is available to us. Awesome. And now we gotta make our way down as quickly as possible to try and get to the boiler room. we go, and button mash. There we go. I gotta remind you, though? Okay, I'll try to remind you if I can.
I've seen that stuff before. It's cryogenic, right?
Indeed it is. That is a Fahrenheit, a candle filled with cryopolymer. It's designed to reduce temperatures and equalize pressure in high-temperature furnaces.
I'll try getting them into the boilers.
There we go. Okay, so I need to put them in things, then. Alright, let me just... There we go. Grab you. All of these are... Oh, hello. There we go.
Okay, I found the opening.
Now we just need to find one of those candles. Oh, I see. We need to grab this.
Get into the pipe.
Here we go. Alright, so that's the first one.
Ugh. What do I do now? Lug this shit to the boiler myself?
Yep, I think that's what we're doing. Alrighty, so that's
it worked. 2 more left.
Boiler run.
Are you sure?
Alright, so... There we go, so that's that one grabbed. Oh, these guys are easier to defeat this time. Alrighty, and then I gotta grab you. And then, can I cheat and just put... No, I cannot. Okay. So I do have to, like, go back into here.
It's a good thing the pipe's opening's in the next room and not over by the birch tree.
Yes. Thank goodness. The opening is only in the room next to the pipes. I'm gonna put a second one in and see if... Can I have 2 in? No, I cannot. Okay, so...
Second one's all set.
Ow. Alright, and then put you in the pipe.
With all this shit. I'm sick to death of shoving balls into tubes.
We're doing this so we
Same
can leave
here.
the Vavilov complex.
Why can't I just, I don't know, walk out a regular door?
I'm afraid only an irregular door is available.
Ha ha. Only an irregular door. Alrighty. Alright, so that's a dead end, so I actually do need to go through here. Oh boy. This is a puzzle.
Well,
there we go.
Workshop has been stabilized. Employees may return to their workstations.
Ow. Oh, the attack speed increase, like, really plays into, like, you know, hitting these guys a lot harder, it shows. Alrighty. And then...
Comrade Major?
Yes? Got something constructive to say?
Have I done something to offend you? Why are you taking your frustration out on me?
Valid question.
It's not your fault. I'm just mad at myself.
Why? You didn't kill Petrov. He was killed by his own weapon, a hostile robot.
That doesn't matter. I was supposed to take him alive, and I failed. And that's not all. Sechenov saved my life. He's like a father to me. As far as I can remember, anyway, I let him down.
How much of your life do you remember, Comrade Major?
Not much.
2 years, maybe a little more. I can't remember much from before I got hurt, but as I said, he's like a father to me. If there's anything I'm sure about, it's that.
Fair enough. But it's illogical to berate yourself for something that isn't your fault.
Who cares if it's logical or not? Dr. Sechenov was counting on me, and I let him down. What's the hot workshop used for?
Heat-resistant polymers are made here. But most of the research is dedicated to the cultivation of heat-resistant flora.
Nice.
The polymers here are enriched with essential oils from Cacticus cereris, a cactus. The polymers make it possible to cultivate groups of plants that are adapted to high temperatures.
Do they want to make the desert greener or something?
Something like
Probably.
that. They plan to terraform Mars.
Oh. Shit, these guys aren't giving a shit about the Earth. They're going after, like, the cosmos. God damn. Could mean it's cool. Oh, I see where I need to. Alright, okay. Alright, get on here. Play the temporary difficulties.
You want anything? Don't do me any favors. I marched all the way to Berlin in my day. I can make it to the cafeteria. Thank you very much. Oh, chill out. Just trying to help. You know all the mashed potatoes will be gone, and then I'll have to hear all about it. Go on. I'll catch up to you. I'll probably get there first.
The canisters fill automatically once the temperature is normalized.
Whatever.
There we go.
People. What? I'm not a man anymore because I lost my leg? I don't need no...
Comrade Major, have you found Dr. Filatova yet?
The one who helped Petrov butcher hundreds of people? No. She's still crawling around somewhere.
I emphasize that Dr. Filatova must not be hurt. If her life is threatened, you must come to her defense.
What? Rescue the bitch whose fault it is I'm wading knee-deep in gore? What the fuck?
Traitor Petrov used Dr. Filatova without her knowledge. She had no inkling of his true intentions. I mean, the viciousness of his homicidal mania. Her guilt must be established by a court of law.
Too good for her.
She deserves no less. Dr. Filatova is a renowned neural surgeon. Dr. Sechenov entrusted her with a collective research that connected both humans and robots. She must not be hurt. Did I make myself clear, Comrade Major?
Yes, he's made himself clear. He's not happy, I can tell you that much. Alright, let me reload this.
Holy shit. Where did all these monsters come from?
A mere hypothesis, but I suspect they're the bodies of dead soldiers that have been infected by sprouts.
A fucking hypothesis? Are you shitting me?
It's merely my own determination. This has never happened before.
Fuck me. So how did it happen?
I guess that something went wrong with the sprouts after Petrov caused the malfunction.
Alright, let's take care of this and see. There we go. Alright, let's see what we get from these guys. Biomaterials and synthetic materials. Awesome. At least we're getting a variety of enemies here, and it's not just being all robots. I guess that's the benefit of when you have, like, quote-unquote polymer as your, MacGuffin, is you can make it both living and non-living items. Alright, so... nothing we want is in here. We just need to get the canister from the polymer place.
Freaking critters. This place just keeps getting more and more fucked up.
1, 2. Oh, they spew shit.
How many of you are there?
There's a lot of them, and thankfully I was able to kill all of them. Alright, shotgun is probably going to be a lot of my go-to for dealing with these creatures, quite frankly. Just absorbing all the fucking materials. There we go. Okay, maybe the headshot rule works with them. That'd be nice. Alright, cool. So we got this. Awesome. So we grabbed all that. That's opened. Uh-huh.
Remind you sons of bitches.
Alright. Alright, reload real quick. Thank you.
Hey! Hey! Can you finish me off, please?
What the? Just wait for a medic, okay?
Mm-hmm. Cool. Alright, open this. Is this a different trap? Oh, sorry. There we go. And done. Alright, through the door. Oh, there's a giant rolling ball. Yep, that's a giant rolling ball. Nope, it's a giant tank.
Shit, that Hedgie's lost it. Fuck my life.
This is usually a harmless geodesic geology robot.
Yeah, but it's pissed now.
Harmless my ass. What other tricks does it have up its sleeve?
I'm not sure. I don't have access to this model's data.
I wish it didn't have access to us.
I couldn't agree more, Comrade Major.
Come on, let's go find that canister. At least we won't have to find the door to the shop. We can just climb through the window.
Please select the desired procedure.
Guns, please. Alright, so we can get the pistol thingy-madiggy. There's all kinds of different weapons we can go for, but I'm not really interested in all that. Restores energy for... Ah, that's what the dino does. Restores health and dodge. Immediately restores energy. Different ammunition. Canisters where you can shock or set them alight. Alright, shotgun. What can I do to you? Increase rate of fire, increase accuracy, increases damage. Okay. So that's required. So that's at a different polygon thingy-majiggy. Increase rate of fire. Increase firing stability. Reduces recoil. Expansive converter, which sits somewhere else at polygon 2. Then we have a cartridge gun. Then we have an extended magazine, which we don't have. And then we have an aiming device, which we can't use. Okay, so there's not really a lot of upgrades we can do there. Okay.
Saving data.
I am going to finish off there. Let me just get the music running again. Oh my gosh, it's 10 p.m. I have been streaming for a lot longer than I intended to. So, I am very much curious, like, I do want to play more of this, but my goodness, is the game... It has this feeling of... I'm not a huge fan of this whole protagonist shitting on their, like, you know, companion or whatever like that. I am not a fan of, you know, such, like, story writing in games. Like, maybe it's because we've had, like, so many of the whatsamahoozy. We've had so many games where we've been like the parent or what have you that we kind of forget how we communicate with peers. But I kind of liked bits and pieces of it, but not particularly, you know, the relationship we're getting there. we don't have too much of the story, but I do want to learn more about it. I'm also going to do some research on the side about Atomic Heart. I actually got to remember to message Avalon about that kind of stuff. Before I have all of you guys disappear, however, I do want to go on a bit of a raid. Now, let's see. Who is online? Let's see, we got Zip, we got... let's see, Cosmic Wolf is making some stuff. There's a lot of people playing, ooh! So, Zevin, let's see, hang on a sec, sorry, I'm gonna look at, like, 2 different kinds of streamers right now. So we got Zevin doing some stuff. And then we've got Lego! Okay, we are going to go raid into someone named Cosmic Wolf. Hold on a sec. Raid channel.
Furrycures 1221 paid me to say don't forget to shower, stinky boy.
Okay. Anywhoosies, we're gonna go raid into Cosmic Wolf. They're doing some Lego stuff. We're just gonna go with our generic raid message. Himbo raid, show us your cutest guys, gals, and pals, or prepare to get swole. So we're gonna make that our message. I will pick up streaming again Friday night. We're going to be going through more Kingdom Hearts 3. I've not yet decided if I want to continue drinking beer for the drinking or if I want to go for rum and cokes in the future. I might decide on the night. It depends. Otherwise, I want to say a quick thank you. Oh, I forgot Cosmic Wolf is playing in the background. I'm going to say a quick thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry we didn't get into Atomic Heart as soon as we could. That was a mistake on my part. And otherwise, I hope you all have a good evening, good afternoon, or morning. And we'll go raid into Cosmic Wolf in just a moment. Bye for now.